Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Tonight, I humbly acknowledge the land we live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For the record, we have Councillor Brandt joining us online, and Councillor, you could have your camera turned on for voting purposes as well, please. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the agenda items, please register before the start of that agenda item. Excuse me, to Legislative Services to my right. You'll have a maximum of 5 minutes to present. Remain seated for questions after, and please stay with topic. Before we adopt the agenda, I understand Councillor Cardinal has a notice of motion.
So it's yes. Okay. Thanks, Mayor. I, Councillor Kendra Cardinal, serve notice of my intent to bring the motion forward. The following motion forward for Council's consideration at the April 28, 2026 Council meeting. That administration work with Wood Buffalo Sport Connection to explore the reinstatement of the fort-to-fort dog sled races, and whereas it'll be deadly. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. I also have notice of motion. Give notice that my intent to bring forward notice of motion for council consideration at the May 12, 2026 council meeting, whereas council is considering proposed changes to the off-highway vehicle pilot project by Island Absam this evening. That administration engage with the Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association and any other relevant community organizations and stakeholders to develop a new OHV pilot project for council's consideration, and that the proposed OHV pilot project identify potential neighborhoods and or locations on both south and north side of Fort McMurray that would facilitate and allow OHV use as part of a new pilot project program. The administration presents recommendation to council before council takes its summer meeting recess, and inclusive of a comprehensive public engagement and communications plan to support the OHV pilot project should it be approved by council this evening. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Councillor Van de Castian.
I move the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Councillor Boussier, for the second. I'll call for a vote. In favor online, Councillor Brandt, thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vardy, in favor? That's carried unanimously. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Not seeing any. Can someone make that motion? Councillor Van de Castian.
I move that the recommendations contained in items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3 be approved.
Thank you. And thank Councillor Allen for the second. I'll call for a vote. In favor online. Councillor Brandt in favor, thank you. And Councillor Vardy in favor, thank you. That's carried unanimously. This evening we do have a proclamation, National Tourism Week proclamation. It reads as follows. Whereas National Tourism Week is recognized in Canada to highlight the value of the tourism industry to Canada's economy. And whereas tourism creates significant local economic impact in this region every year. With the region identified by Travel Alberta and other organizations as having potential for growth over the next decade, whereas tourism helps showcase the Indigenous and Northern heritage and culture on which this region was founded, while creating opportunities to highlight the true nature of the region and the people that live here. Whereas the region has a long, successful history in sport tourism, having hosted several provincial, national, and international sports events, tournaments, and championships. Whereas a strong tourism industry continues to contribute to local and small businesses' services and events for all residents to enjoy, while attracting new families to the region. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim April 20th to April 24th as National Tourism Week. Moving on to presentations, we have the 2026 Risk Assessment Outlook. I'd like to invite Regional Emergency Services to present, please.
Good evening. My name is Katie MacDonald, and I'm here to provide a risk season outlook on behalf of emergency management. In the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, we experience risk season each spring. Risk season is when the top two hazards have the highest likelihood of occurrence and includes river breakup, which may cause flooding from an ice jam event, and wildfire. Each hazard has key factors that indicate the likelihood of an incident. For river breakup, those factors include accumulated precipitation, ice thickness, degree days of freezing, and snow water equivalent. Emergency management works closely with the Alberta River Forecast Centre for river breakup each year. The river forecasters fly the river daily once breakup begins, monitor river stations, and report key information to emergency management, which then strengthens planning and preparedness efforts for the municipality. The RMWB also has river monitoring stations strategically placed along the Athabasca and Clearwater rivers. These stations supplement those monitored by the province. The image on screen provides an indicator for risk associated with pending river breakup. It is normal for an ice advisory to be issued during river breakup. An initial preliminary outlook was shared with emergency management by the River Forecast Centre on March 6, 2026. As of April 8th, an updated outlook was received. With prolonged lower than normal temperatures and high precipitation, the key factors indicate an above average likelihood of flooding caused by an ice jam this spring. It is important to remember that temperatures and weather in the coming weeks play a significant role in the formation of ice jams, and that this information may change as river breakup approaches. Mitigation measures are critical for significant hazards to reduce impacts on communities and residents. River breakup mitigation measures include structural and seasonal mitigation, public awareness campaigns, road and trail closures as required, collaboration, and enhanced river monitoring efforts. Wildfire season runs from March 1st to October 31st each year. Like river breakup, there are key factors that influence wildfire. The factors for wildfire include temperature, precipitation, relative humidity, and wind. Together, these weather observations create the Fire Weather Index, or FWI, which indicates a fire danger rating, used to assess the impact a wildfire may have and how difficult it may be to control should one start. Emergency management works closely with Alberta Wildfire for information on wildfires in the region. The region is divided by two forest areas, Fort McMurray and Lac La Biche. The information you see was extracted from the Wildfire Predictive Services report released March 11, 2026. Based on this information, temperatures from March through May are anticipated to be below normal with above normal precipitation and a moderate drought code. Overall, this may indicate a delayed start to the 2026 fire season. The long-term outlook is that temperatures will be above normal from June through August with below normal precipitation, indicating that fire season may extend through fall. To mitigate potential impacts of a wildfire event, the RMWB has ongoing programs and projects which include fire smart and burn abatement activities. Fire advisories, restrictions, and bans also support mitigation efforts. These measures are issued by jurisdiction and usually aligned between the municipality and the province. As risk season approaches, residents should review their level of preparedness and stay informed by following trusted sources of information. More information on preparedness can be found at rmwb.ca or on the Government of Alberta website. Thank you. I will now take any questions.
Thank you. Council, have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Next, I report on the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee, nominal land purchase request. I'd like to invite Planned Development to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development, and with me this evening is Bryn Armstrong, Manager of Land Administration, and Kim Collette, Land Management Specialist. We are here this evening to seek Council's approval for the sale of 7 vacant municipal properties in Conklin to the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee, known as CRDAC, for a nominal fee. Through amalgamation, these properties were transferred to the municipality in 1995 and have remained vacant since this time. With no current or anticipated operational use, administration has deemed these properties to be surplus. The 7 properties were recently appraised and have a combined market value of approximately $165,000. Under the CAO bylaw, council approval is required for this transaction. The sale would assist CRDAC in advancing Indigenous-led social and affordable housing. Nickwine Housing Association, a subsidiary of CRDAC, will oversee construction, management, maintenance, and rental of the housing units. Financially, this initiative is largely supported through a partnership between CRDAC and Synovus Energy. Council has previously supported similar Indigenous housing initiatives. In 2020, Council approved a nominal value sale of 4 municipal properties in Conklin to CRDAC for a similar project. Council also approved a nominal value sale to Métis Local 218 in Janvier in 2020. Municipal support through a nominal value sale significantly strengthens CRDAC's ability to meet the community's housing needs. To protect the municipality's long-term interest, the sale would be subject to terms and conditions. For instance, should the development not proceed within defined milestones, ownership of the land will revert back to the municipality. If the land sale is approved, construction is anticipated to start this year. Over time, the proposed development will support housing stability, reduce pressure on social services, contribute to workforce and community housing in Conklin, and more importantly, demonstrates the municipality's commitment to Truth and Reconciliation's Commission's call to action. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Through the chair to Amanda, thanks for the presentation. I was going to question about Chard Métis. Did we give them a property for their lots that they put a bunch of trailers on? I can't remember.
Through the chair to the question, in 2020, we did transfer over 4 lots for the purpose of social housing in Conklin.
Just transferred, right?
At a nominal.
Just gave them the lots?
My understanding, it was nominal, but we have Bryn here. It would be at $1, basically.
Yeah. So,
Through the chair to the question, we did transfer several lots to Chard Métis in
22?
I believe it was 2022 as well, and that was also at a nominal rate. So this is consistent with what we've done previously with CRDAC and with Chard Métis.
Is there any hesitation from any other nations, or just they're the only ones that asked for the properties?
Through the chair to the question, they are the only ones who have asked for these properties.
Okay, and are the nominal fees basically all the same across the board for previous and today's request?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct.
Which would be?
Nominal rate.
Which is $1?
$1.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through the chair. Thanks for the presentation, Amanda. Just a couple questions. I support this. The appraised values that are provided in the summary, are those current?
Through the chair to the question, those are current as of this year, 2026.
Okay. The other question is on your right up here, it says approving a sale rather than a lease allows CRDAC to access external. Even with a solid lease, you can still get financing though, right? Sale doesn't have to happen for these folks to get financing.
Through the chair to the question, I believe CRDAC is on the docket this evening to speak. They would be best positioned to answer the question because I'm not sure how the grant works or the funding agreement with Synovus.
Okay. I support. I think the option for financing isn't terminated because they don't have a sale. I think they could even do it under lease, but that's fine. I just was curious. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Bussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation, Amanda. In the attachments that we got, it talks about the lands must be used for social, affordable, or community housing. Is there a requirement that a percentage is social and a percentage is affordable? Recognizing that those meet different populations?
Through the chair to the question, there is not going to be that in the purchase and sale agreement. That's not something we've discussed or contemplated.
Is that, I don't know if this is a legal question, is that something they're presenting, right? After? Okay, I'll ask them. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Cardinal.
I guess my next question would be, is there I guess I'm trying to figure out how is there an agreement that they can't, sell the property and that all that other stuff that we've had before, I think, because previously I've known from my last job that, that a lot of the nations ended up just, selling properties and all that other stuff when it was given. So now we're just making sure that we don't want to give somebody the properties and then next thing you know, they're selling them, right?
Through the chair to the question, there will be a registration on the title prohibiting them to sell the property to a third party without them having built something without them having built a house on there. So we have that right to take it back until they develop the property. At the time they develop the property, their plan is to transfer the title to the subsidiary company to manage and run it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we only have one delegate. So just have Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee. If you just want to introduce yourself for the record.
Well,
And you have just 5 minutes to present and just remain seated for questions. Thanks.
okay. Thank you, Your Worship and Council. My name is Scott Duguid, D-U-G-U-I-D. I'm the CEO of the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee, here to present about the subject lots for acquisition. So just quickly, does this presentation? Oh, perfect. Okay. So just quickly, who we are, CRDAC, we are an organization under the Societies Act. We were formed by the Conklin Métis Local 193. We comprise all of the Conklin community members, Métis and non-Métis, so the non-Métis portion of the community through the Community Association. Our organization has been operating for 17 years in the community. with a mandate around community development, relationships, work with industry, work with municipalities, government relations. As was stated previously, the housing situation in Conklin was relatively poor. Conklin, as you know, is a Métis community, roots dating back to the 1800s. Housing insecurities being a problem, an ongoing problem in the community. We've worked to tackle that problem with help of partnerships, including the RMWB and some industry partners throughout the region to help us get to where we are now. So what I'm showing here is some pictures of our new subdivision, which I'll describe a little more in the presentation later, and some of our community members in our new houses. Just a quick recap of where we're at on housing. 2018, we developed a report that took a look at housing insecurity and the housing situation in Conklin. We began, as staff mentioned, to acquire land in the community to support building of affordable housing. The idea around social housing, affordable housing for our members. I mentioned that we were partnering with the Government of Alberta, Synovus, other industry partners, and working with the RMWB, also working with Wood Buffalo Housing as they divested their properties, which I'll describe a little later in the presentation. And then continued to the point where we developed our subdivision in 2023-24, and we have occupants now in that subdivision and in other houses in the community. We do have, they mentioned Nekiwan Housing Corporation, which is a subsidiary of CRDAC, tasked to run our housing, our community housing, our social housing in the community. So we've set up with a housing manager and some staff there to manage that under my lead. So here we are now at 26 units in the community since our housing project began. We have 23 occupied, 3 that are under renovation. We have 48 applicants still waiting for housing in the community. Within this calendar year, hopefully within the next month, we will have 5 additional units up for occupancy. They're placed, they just haven't been finished. And then we have an additional 6 to come in under our funding agreement with Synovus for this year, which will take us to the end of our funding agreement with Synovus. We have an additional 4 units that we're building for elders and seniors. The seniors want to have a small enclosed community with gated access and to feel safe and secure. So we're working with the planning group to actually subdivide one of the lots that we acquired from the RMWB previously into a 4-unit small seniors complex. By 2028, we hope to be 46 units, which would put a significant dent in what was our housing crisis or our housing insecurity. Just quickly, I know I have to wrap up relatively quickly, but just to give you a sense, and Councillor Cardinal and others asked questions about, where we acquired and how lots were acquired previously. So we had 16 that were acquired through Wood Buffalo Housing in the past, 4 from the RMWB through nominal transfer, which was 20. The middle portion of the slide shows a breakdown of how some of those lots were divided out. We did that subdivision on Jack Pine Place, which is 15 units. 16 units through the Wood Buffalo Housing, as I mentioned, and it gives the status of those units. And then the 4 that we got from RMWB under nominal fee are described sort of being under construction. The one is the new subdivision for the elders, and then the other one is not ready yet for development. There's a little bit of work to be done on that. Our ask today is for 7 lots. So you'll see the description of those by municipal address: 166 Pine, 131 Poplar, 143 Poplar, 163 Poplar, 103 Wapos, 119 Wapos, and 123 Wapos. And then where some of them we've already secured funding to occupy those lots with housing from our 2026 allocation. So the use of those lots will be almost immediate within this calendar year. And then some of the others. And some of those lots, actually, we're working with the RCMP around the potential of barracks in the community. Those 2 on Wapos Lane, 119 and 123, the potential would be to maybe lease them to the RCMP to help combat crime, drugs, and other issues in the community. So we have plans around community development, but community betterment as well with those. And then I mentioned the elders, the Little Elders subdivision area that we're planning. We were actually in the stage of putting in our grant to the federal government for assistance with those units. Did I make it?
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the presentation. And yeah, no, the Pine Way for the seniors, that's the properties we subdivided a few years back in Conklin.
That's right. Yeah, 103 Pine Lane, which is at the intersection of Northlands, the main sort of through route by the multiplex.
Perfect. That's great. And with these other 7 lots, how many houses would you be able to put on those 7 lots for the community, excluding the possible leasing to the RCMP?
Those would all be eventually, like to that previous slide, we have funding secured for 4 of those 7 already. 3 would be for future development within the coming years as we continue to move forward.
And would each lot have one
Yeah, we don't
occupant?
actually,
That's what I'm wondering, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. No, those lots we wouldn't plan to subdivide those, especially the ones on Wapos. They're relatively small.
Right. Okay, thank you. That's Councillor Cardinal?
Thanks, Scott. Quick question, I guess. Do you guys is it all running water there?
We have municipal water and sewer that is piped into the Bain area, and actually Mason's here. We've been working with Mason, and all of the water and sewer are to the lot lines on the ones we're contemplating here.
So you already ready to go as soon as you put the house on, hooked up? Oh, frick, right on, man.
We can tie right in to those, to the mains, and then run the water and ready to go.
Right on, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I assume you heard my question about social housing. So of these 7 properties that you're getting, is there going to be a portion that is like the 30%? Yes?
Yes.
And the work you're doing on the senior stuff, is that they're accessible homes?
Yeah,
Physically.
that's our plan. We would have ramps, and we would have handles, all lower counters, wheelchair accessible, walker accessible. Our intent is to make them one level entirely accessible, 2-bedroom. The elders want to have a bedroom for themselves and visitors, but they don't want to have 3 or 4 bedrooms for everybody to stay type thing.
Yep.
But they want to be able to manage, their own access. We plan to put a gazebo and a central sort of little park in that area too for the elders to get together, and do social things and keep it well treated and protected as well.
This is fantastic. Congratulations to you and your team. This is phenomenal.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. Councillor Bussier Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mr. Duguid, thank you for the presentation. Just curious, more of a curious question. What's trades like out in Conklin?
Trades?
Securing trades, contractors.
Yeah, it's tough. We've hired an employment coordinator. He started in September, and we are working with our community members to try to identify community members who want to work in the trades. We have done some work through Synovus about 4 years ago on some construction and carpentry. We do have some business partnerships with plumbing and HVAC companies and things like that. But, as a rural, remote community, there's the cost of just somebody driving out to do an assessment, and then off we go. But we have tried to tackle that internally we have 10 right now, community members identified who want to get into the trade stream, and we work with them through the college, actually through Keano, to do a job readiness over the past 8 weeks. We just graduated them 2 weeks ago, and our next step is to get them into trades.
So is it safe to assume most of your product is not stick-built? It's RTMs or modulars?
It's all modulars. We have a couple of partners that we work with on modular homes, and then they're put on pilings and then skirted and then heat traced and insulated.
Okay, so I guess outside, obviously, the RM can't assist with trades probably, or limited trades. Is there anything else that we could do outside of providing the 7 lots at a nominal fee?
I think the access to Keano has been super helpful for us. The employment coordinator, that was a grant through the government of Alberta, which has been immensely helpful for us to identify those residents. I think for now it's just the access to the college, and then we're also working with Nate in the city, and they're offering to bring some mobile training units out to the community. It may be just an ask to use the multiplex and multiplex parking lot and maybe some power from the multiplex to run some of those training offerings in the future. And I can obviously deal with the recreation group on that. But that would probably be the only thing that would need sort of facilitation or help from the RMWB.
Okay, sounds like you got it under control. So
Yeah,
all the
thank you for
best.
question.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there that Keano is, I'm obviously going to promote Cano for a whole bunch of reasons, but we would love to see working with. I would love to see working with Cano far more than an organization that's not based in the region. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But I thank you for the presentation. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Does Council have any other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, Scott. Can I have someone make the motion? Oh, Councillor Cardinal?
Yeah. What? Not even my ward, eh? Oh, maybe I should let Kyle do that one.
Somebody
Thanks,
can.
Kendrick. I move that the disposition of 7 vacant surplus municipally owned residential lots in the hamlet of Conklin be approved and transferred to the Conklin Resource Development Advisory Committee, CRDAC, at nominal value on the key terms and conditions outlined in Attachment 2, and that administration be directed to complete the sale of the subject lands identified in Attachment 1 to CRDAC.
Thank you, Councillor Van Castian, and thanks, Councillor Boussier, for the second. Does Council have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Cardinal?
I support this motion, and it's good to see the development and the transition from the previous photos to the current photos, and what we'll hopefully see with our contribution from the municipality, and and see some elders live more comfortably, and single mothers and parents live more comfortably in the homes, and hopefully Don can go out and cut the ribbon with Keanu over there. But I support the motion as it is, and I just wanted to say it's good to see the Indigenous communities be able to build relationships with Synovus and industry and give back to the community. So I want to commend the nation and the Local 193 in Conklin, and the president and the board there, and all the hard work. And Scott, great job, and look forward to seeing it come to fruition. So, right on.
Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Scott, for your presentation. I just wanted to take a moment and commend the CRDC for all of their good work, especially around overall community health. I had an opportunity to attend a tour with Scott in the spring to look at the houses from the past and the ones that they're bringing in, and it's incredible. They have a proven history of success, and they're doing it in a sustainable and a slow way. We saw through the presentations and in the past. Their partnership with the GOA, the RCMP, and Synovus and the RMWB shows what can happen when we put collaboration first. So great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. I'll call for a vote. In favor online? Councillor Brandt, thank you. And that's carried unanimous. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, God. Next up, we have bylaw number 26/007, rural water and wastewater collection bylaw, which is being presented for second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite Project Delivery and Facility Services to introduce your report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Elliot White, and I'm the Director of Project Delivery and Facility Services. I'm joined here today with Mason Ross on my left. He is a manager in the Project Management Office, and we're here with Chris Davis, who is representing the legal department. And we are before you today to provide the second and third reading associated with the RWSS bylaw update.
So as Director White noted, we're here to present bylaw 26/007, which is proposed to repeal and replace bylaw number 20/009, the current rural water and wastewater connection bylaw. The Rural Water and Wastewater Servicing Program, RWSS, was approved by Council in 2014. is intended to transition rural communities from truck water delivery and septic hauling to piped municipal water and sewer systems. The program services Anzac, Conklin, Gregor Lake Estates, John Vay, and Sapper Creek Estates with the overarching goal of supporting long-term growth and improving quality of life for the residents. The program is guided by the Residential Service Connection Plan, which was approved in November 2019, and the existing bylaw, which was approved in May of 2020. Since its implementation, administration has identified a number of areas where clarity is needed and gaps exist. Given the extent of the proposed amendments, administration has recommended that the current bylaw be repealed and replaced in its entirety with 26/007. Some of the key proposed changes include Draper eligibility. Due to slope stability concerns and associated risks to infrastructure, the Draper area presents significant technical challenges for underground servicing. Following the 2020 flood events, administration removed capital funding for this area. The proposed bylaw formalizes Draper's ineligibility under the RWSS program. Vacant lots. Under the current bylaw, eligibility requires an existing dwelling or a dwelling to have been constructed within the applicable community program period. The proposed bylaw amendment allows vacant residential lots to become eligible once development and building permits are approved and foundation construction has been completed. This aligns servicing with the most efficient stage of construction and reduces rework while the home is being constructed. Service connection fees. Administration is proposing to standardize fees based on the type of service received rather than by community to improve consistency and equity. In addition, the current bylaw does not allow property owners to make lump sum payments after selecting the installment option. The proposed bylaw amendments introduces flexibility by allowing lump sum payments at any point during the program repayment period. Program duration. The existing bylaw includes a fixed program end date of 2028 or 5 years after infrastructure becomes available, whichever occurs first. Given that the infrastructure in portions of Conklin will not be operational until late 2028, administration is proposing to remove the fixed end date and instead apply a rolling 5-year eligibility period from the date in which the infrastructure was considered operationally ready. After this period, property owners are responsible for full connection costs, which have historically ranged from approximately $40,000 to $100,000, depending on site conditions and community location. Owners of eligible properties may choose not to connect to the municipal water and sewer systems as they can continue to use their existing systems, such as cisterns or septic systems. However, under Article 5 of the RWSS bylaw, subsidies for the water delivery and sewage hauling will be stopping once the program period ends in their community. Any subsidies also available today within the program periods will also be ending when the program period expires. And finally, application appeals. The current bylaw requires appeals to be submitted within 14 days, and administration is recommending extending this to 30 days to better accommodate residents, particularly those working rotational schedules, while maintaining a fair and accessible process. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mason. Thanks, Elliot. Does council have any questions? Councillor Weigel? Oh, sorry, Stu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, crew and Mason. Going back to the vacant lots, what was I know you kind of ran through a couple reasons, but what was the main reason? I know that there's a lot of, probably the most common issue that I hear in Sapper Creek is that there's a lot of vacant lots or lots that have burned down during the fire that they wanted to be eligible for this. Some have even said that it was promised through ideas. What was the biggest reason that we didn't follow, like why we didn't use the vacant lots? Like why vacant lots weren't eligible for the program?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel. So to clarify, why is it residents can't connect and have their services stubbed in prior to a dwelling being constructed?
Sure.
I would say a lot of calculations goes into determining your tank size in Sapper. As you can appreciate, your larger homes, larger acreages. The tank size is going to be governed by our plumbing codes. And so every additional home, every additional bedroom, sink, faucet, toilet, etc., will increase the tank size. I'd say to allow installation today, we wouldn't know what tanks needed. You likely need to then accommodate a larger tank over design. It would be an overspend. There's a lot of, I guess you could say, unknowns at the time.
Yeah.
currently, that it wouldn't be currently considered under the program.
And so outside of the tank size and maybe placement, what would be some of the other things that would be variable?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, outside of that, I don't know if I could think of much else, truly. I would say the services for both water and sewer are stubbed to property lines, so they're ready there for connecting across all of the 5 rural hamlets noted. And so we're as ready as we can be for folks to connect.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of, let's say, the knowing what size tanks needed, I wouldn't have a great.
Could we create a limit then? Like saying, you know, if the maximum size is obviously some of the 2 larger houses out there, the average size has 3 bathrooms and this many sinks. And so if you want to put it onto a property, you know, that doesn't have one on there, this is the size that you're allowed to build up to. Where you put it in, any cost after that then becomes subsequent to you because we decide where it goes into the property. So we're able to go so many feet back because I know that, you know, based on where the old septic tank or where it's at was part of that. You know, could we set up parameters so there isn't an overspend, but it's still available to a vacant lot owner or to an owner that has lost their house? I know that's more on us than you, but does that seem possible?
You're absolutely correct. You know, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I'd say if it was the will of council, that's something you wanted us to consider.
Yeah.
We certainly take that look. I'd say Sapri is averaging, you know, 2,000 gallon tanks. Most of the other community areas are 1,200, 1,500. I'd say in the John V hamlets. So, you know, appreciating the smaller homes, the modular, not these large acreages, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay. With the 5 years, I understand the rationale was that that we put a 5-year pressure point on it because then it just gave everybody an unlimited amount of time to tie in. And so there was a bit of a pressure going, hey, like, let's get on now, because especially as we experienced in Sapri, that if there's not enough flow going on, the system in itself doesn't work. Now that we're going there and we've got a high percentage of people put on, what would be the downfall of stating when the last piece of when the last structure is able to go, which we think is Conklin, we're kind of thinking it's 2028 and there's a 5-year, what would be the disadvantage of just letting anybody that's part of the program to be able to then buy in by that point and to assure everybody gets on and making that an end date for everybody?
Yeah, through the chair to that question. So I think what you're referring to is essentially extending the program beyond what it is today. So
for everybody.
Yeah, understood. So one of the concerns that we've talked about internally as administration is we would be required to continue the trucking and hauling services, and so that would be a cost to the municipality to continue. Say you had one resident that you know that didn't connect, we'd still have to haul in with trucks, and so that's the major contributing factor when it comes to that. Obviously, trucks come with all kinds of safety considerations as well, but that's the number one is having sort of 2 programs. The idea was that we would be putting in a piped system, we'd be removing our reliance from truck services, extending that extends that cost. We have when it comes to the cost of the program for residents, we flatlined it. So we said $16,000 for the connection fee.
Right.
So as we extend it,
our cost goes up based on inflation?
That's correct.
Okay.
So that's another factor as well. So it disincentivize the resident from connecting. Frankly, I'm saying this publicly, but you might want to wait to the end because now your dollar goes a little bit farther. So you're trying to find that right balance. It's a very difficult balance to find.
Yeah.
But we also have to look at it from our perspective. And this is kind of counterintuitive to what I was just saying, is that if we just said we're going to close this program, in a year from now, we're going to get a flood of applications, and then administration has to pick up that work. So we think we found the right balance. I know that there might be a desire to extend it somewhat.
Yeah.
I'd be concerned about extending it too far, because then you have that operational cost.
Okay. No, thank you. I remember this conversation circled around, and I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure we there was a period of time that we weren't taking applications because we did an investigation into how everything was being done. I know that there was a problem with the floor of the price that was coming in, and then the ceiling that was coming in, and so we did it in a bit of an investigation. Was there a time where you couldn't actually apply and get tie-ins because of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, no, applications were still always received. I would say what was on pause was reviewing of the contractors' quoted prices.
Yeah.
It did result in a bit of delay in responding back on their costs. I wouldn't say any appreciable amount. I want to say that was probably outside of our construction window in advance of the 2025 season.
Yep.
So I'd say that pause or hindrance wouldn't have appreciably impacted our works for last year. I would say our subsidized amounts last year were comparable to the year prior. I think around 10 million last year. The year before was 11.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that impacted anything. No.
Okay, but we didn't extend it because of that at all. The program.
So through the chair to the question, no, the program duration was never extended. I do know that it was noted previously set to expire in September of 2025. Through reviewing, documentation, we as the team from the PMO were able to validate a September 2020 period. Truthfully, nobody connected in 2020. First connection was June of 2021.
Right.
The bylaw wasn't passed until May of 2020, so really there wasn't a whole lot of uptick, I'd say.
Yeah, there's no construction season.
The bylaw was passed in May of 2020, and the program period wasn't officially open, I'd say, until September of 2020. So it wasn't really fair, I'd say, to say that the program period was open in 2020. So this is why we've noted the expiration of June 2026 for both Sapri and John Vay, and then 2028 for Anzac and Greater Lake States, and then Conklin has its rolling number as we have it today.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councillor Weigel, CEO, has administration.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll direct the question to Director Rempe.
For the chair to Councillor Weigel, I just want to add something to the answers that was provided by Director White. In terms of delaying the 5-year window, in Sapri Creek, most residents already have water, so it's not as difficult there. But for the other communities where the water has been installed, infrastructure, the longer we wait, the more difficult it is for operations to make sure that we maintain proper chlorine levels in the water. So we have to go flush more often, which means that we're putting more wear and tear on the fire hydrants. So there is more than just the delivery of water. As Director Watt said, there's a whole operation piece to keeping that window of time open. Because usually when we install infrastructure in a community, residents are, as soon as they develop, they have to tie into the infrastructure. But by giving them that window of time, and because of the lack of uptake in some of these areas, it's affecting not only the sanitary, but also the water. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Thank you for that. I totally agree, and I think that's why the windows, works. As we saw in Sapri Creek and some of the issues, if we hit that window and not enough people are tied in, though, we're going to have to go out and flush those lines continuously there forward anyways to make sure that they continue to work. Is that not correct?
For the chair to the question, that is correct. And at the same time, once we stop subsidizing the hauling and the delivery, I think that might encourage residents to tie in as well. So it's hard to tell what would happen the moment that window closes and how motivated residents might be to now tie into the system.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say exactly what the impact would be. But the longer we wait, the more difficult it is for operations to continue operating. And
okay. No, thank you.
Thanks, Director Remp. Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardin, you have a question?
I certainly do there, Mayor. I'm curious as to why Fort Chipewyan is not on the list of rural. Is there a reason?
To the chair to the question, Fort Chipewyan has all their residents connected to our system already.
No, they don't. I know there's 7 houses that don't have running water in Fort Chipewyan.
Okay, so the majority of the homes in Fort Chipewyan. Now, if you're aware of homes that are not connected to the municipal system, is there a reason? Do you know of a reason why?
No, I don't know the reason why, but I know that there's 7 homes that, and I can name every resident. So I'm just curious because I just want to know why they're not added to the list. But yeah, maybe we could circle back later, and I could give you the houses and the lots, but. Whatever. I just wanted to know why, but maybe we could share that information together.
To the chair, I think it's important to share the information with administration. I think what was originally established was when the amalgamation occurred that the southern hamlets were to be part of the RWSS program.
Yeah.
Fort Mackay, Fort Chipewyan weren't part of the program. So if there's anomalies within the community you reside in, we can certainly look into that and try to find and understand why, but it was never part of the original program. So.
Okay, and the connection fee you said was what, 40 to 60,000 to get water hooked up for a resident?
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, we're seeing ranges in cost to connect to both water and sewer across those 5 southern rural hamlets, ranging between 40,000 up to and sometimes in excess of 100,000. It depends, as you can appreciate. Anzac, Sapri, further distance from our infrastructure is going to escalate costs, whereas in, I'd say, parts of Conklin, Gregory Lake Estates, much closer to some of our infrastructure, the costs we've typically been seeing a bit lower than those other two hamlets.
That's covered by?
The municipality covers those costs. The cost to the residents is either the $10,000 fixed fee or the $16,000 fixed fee, as it was under the previous bylaw, which would be their connection fee, either paid lump sum or through bi-monthly payments over 25 years. And then this new bylaw seeks to, rather than look at by community location, where, for example, Sapri, many residents already connected to water, so at the time, it was thought that a lower connection fee would be appropriate as they're only connecting to the sanitary network. However, we're seeing as a new build happens in Sapri, the way the bylaw reads, they're getting a $10,000 fixed fee for both water and sewer. Similarly in Anzac, we have some folks in Anzac where they're connected to water already currently. They only need sanitary. So they're being charged the $16,000 fee. However, they're only receiving the benefit of the one service. Simply by the way the bylaw reads, the previous bylaw reads, sorry.
No, thanks. Appreciate the context.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. My question is, given the subsidies offered to some of the rural communities, what would be an incentive for a homeowner to sign up earlier than later? Because isn't it fair to say that once you sign up, your overall costs are probably going to be the same or more expensive than it is currently?
Through the chair to the question, you're absolutely right. The cost 3 years ago versus cost in 2 years from today would be the same to you as a homeowner. The cost to the municipality would escalate with both inflation and consumer price indexing, global markets and tariffs and what have you. So there's really no true incentive to them other than the convenience of no longer being on delivered water and trucked away sewer, which, as Director White noted, can cause some mild inconveniences to homeowners, damages to properties perhaps, and other things from time to time.
Because back in 13, when this, I think, first came, one of the questions I asked is, if you live in the rural and you go to your tap and you turn it on, you get running water. And the same with your sewer. It worked basically the same way, and most of the appliances work the same way in the rural as it did in the urban. The only difference is now we have piped infrastructure is different. But the cost now, if you tie in, like a Sapri Creek resident, if they've tied into the sewer now, is it safe to assume that their monthly bills are going to be more expensive than they were prior to the sewer hookup? Because like when you turn your sprinkler on in Sapri, you pay for the water coming out and you pay for the water going down before you didn't, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, that'd be correct. They wouldn't have been charged for watering their lawns previously on cisterns, whereas now they're falling under the different rate fee schedule. I'm saying the rate fee charges bylaw that now, for every cubic meter of water they use to water their lawn, they're now paying that equitable portion in wastewater fees as well.
So some of them probably seen a very significant increase in their bi-monthly bills compared to prior hookup. Now, is it safe to assume that would be the same in the other or most of the other rurals, or will they not be metered?
Through the chair to the question, my understanding is all of the 5 southern rural hamlets will be metered once connected, which would equate to them also being charged for that same consumption of wastewater, albeit for watering their lawns. So, as a local resident here, I've learned I watered my lawn really well the first year. The second year, not so much, right? Because my consumption of 30 cubic meters on average.
You don't want to say that
70,
publicly.
right? So,
no, I get it. I've watched my water bill increase significantly just due to, and I think it was, and I might have even been on council back then, we were working to cost recovery. And that was the reason that our local bills were increased. So I guess it goes back to why, as a rural homeowner, would I really want to hook up and not wait to the last minute, because it's going to reflect on my bill. It's going to cost a lot more money by the time I hook into your service or our service than it does the way it is now.
Through the chair to that question, I don't think there's an argument.
No, I'm not looking for an
No. I mean, there's nothing stating that you're wrong, right? You're correct in your statement. As someone that lived on tank water and sewer in the past, there's a lot of inconveniences, and I'm sure there's other people in the room that can speak to it, associated with living on tank. We have, and he mentioned damages. When you have a truck enter and exit your property on a regular basis, there's a lot of damage to your driveway, things of that nature. We have received complaints and claims and everything else associated with, I'll call it the human error factor of turning on the wrong pump. So there's things that happen when you are on a trucked system that you wouldn't have as a pipe system. So I don't want to call them minor inconveniences, but there are quite a bit of inconveniences associated with living on tanked that the pipe would offer much better conveniences.
Okay. I think you're going all night, but we won't.
Sure.
Thanks, Elliot. Thanks, Mason.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Does council have any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Mason. Thanks, Elliot. And thanks for the emotional support, Chris. Councilor Boussier, you have another question? Oh, sorry.
That's all right. I do, Mayor. It's probably not for the presenters. It's just another curiosity question. And I see we've changed it in the current bylaw. But the previous bylaw did not allow a homeowner to prepay or pay in lump or make more than one installment bi-monthly. What was the rationale for not allowing someone to pay off their debt early?
There you go. Look, Chris, you got you a question.
I want to be more than supportive. So through your worship to the questioner, the rationale, I think, was simplicity. It was simply that it was an easier program to set up and establish. And under the former CAO, he looked at it and felt that there should be more flexibility. And finance, I think, was able to respond that they could rather easily do the calculation and come up with the necessary number. I know it created some issues in the local conveyancing industry on who was responsible in adjusting at the time of closings, whether that was the vendor or the purchaser. I hope that that's somehow working its way out. But there were some people who said, no, I'd rather just get it off of my plate. And it was a benefit for a future purchaser. Often with these things, you try to match the expense to the user, but this way there's more flexibility.
Yeah, because this is on title. So if I sold a property at one of the rural communities and there was the water and sewer fee of 10 or 15 or whatever it was owing, does that show up To the lawyers?
No, through the chair. Through our tax system, we make available a notification on the tax information that advises the status of the property and whether it's fully paid out or whether it's still an ongoing 25-year requirement with it paid prorated over that time period. So it's not on title, but it is available through our tax information system.
Okay, so it's on the water bill, or is it going to be up to the lawyers to call the municipality to make sure?
Through the chair, I'm in my due diligence on a closing. I'm going to be getting tax information from the municipality to do adjustments, and that's where I'm likely to find that information. The finance director could add some more clarity, perhaps on the specifics, but I think generally that's how it's managed.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just through the chair to the question, just to add a bit more context, we've recently made adjustments so that there's a notice to the tax certificate so the lawyers would be aware in the event that there is a sale. And if I could add, the process involved in tracking a person's account is actually heavily manual. So it's not a simple process. We're trying to replace a very antiquated system, and we hope that it will be easier in the future, but it is quite involved.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Thanks, Director, and thanks, Chris, for getting to get in there ball game.
I'm not going away.
Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councillor Cardinal.
I move that bylaw number 26/007 being the rural water and wastewater connection bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Thank you, Councillor Allen, for the second. Is Council any debate, discussion, or comments? Are there any amendments? Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Since we have an echo, we can hear this twice. My amendments are that bylaw number 26/07 be amended by adding the following to the end of section 2. And in the case of a condominium unit as defined in the Condominium Unit Property Act, RSA 2000 CTAC 22, as amended or replaced, includes either collectively all the units in a building or individually each separate unit in the case of non-building condominium. Adding the following new definition as new section 2W and relettering the remaining sections accordingly. Small business commercial means a commercial use having less than $5 million in gross annual revenue. Striking that contain 4 or less dwellings in section 3 and replacing it with having residential, institutional, or small business commercial uses. Replacing section 18 with new subdivisions, including those filed as condominium plans are ineligible under this program, and replacing Schedule B with the new proposed Schedule B as provided by administration.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian, and thank you, Councillor Cardinal, for the second. Councillor Van Castian, want to speak to your amendments?
Sure. These amendments are to include the condominium. There's condo units in Anzac that were completely left out of the program, and they're majority residential. We want them hooked up. The residents want to be hooked up. We need a manner of cost control, as we've heard from people. The range of connections can go from 40 to 120. I think that's a little light, considering I've seen it up to 250. Our small businesses are going to be taking a significant impact of having to go this alone. And I know for a fact that a couple of them would potentially look at folding if they had to absorb this cost on their own. So we need to support our communities, support our small businesses, and get the most people we can hooked up to this. I feel like these amendments will make that case.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. And maybe administration can answer why were they excluded in the original? Does anybody know?
Through the chair to the chair. From my review of the program, it looked largely in support of residents and resident connection as part of the amalgamating agreements. Outside of that, it didn't look as though either commercial or institutional was considered at the time. It's short of that. That's the best I could offer for today.
Sorry. Is there any red flags that administration can see that possibly with an amendment like this?
Through the chair to your worship, I would say we have a defined approved capital budget for offering connectivity. I believe it's 48.3 million for the total delivery of this program. Obviously, opening this up to other properties that were not considered at the time, we'll see a cost increase or a budget increase. That's the major red flag that I would see.
Through the chair, excuse me, through the chair, I'm going to offer a green flag.
Perfect.
If that's okay.
I will accept any flag of any color.
That too. Just for awareness, I spent a lot of time in the north, and north communities rely on trucks. I've seen way too many incidences with trucks and pedestrians and kids.
Yeah.
Anytime you can get trucks off the road that are navigating through the streets of our community, it's a good thing. So that's kind of my
perfect.
My great flag.
Thank you. Thanks, Mason. Thanks, Elliot. Councillor Allen.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just through the chair, I just a quick question: is it significant different costs to go to a condominium to do a hookup to a building? I'm assuming it would just be a single hookup to the building that they're then feeding off to the other units.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, I'd say material costs will increase, likely by about 30%-ish on material. Labor costs will be largely equivalent. Where this condominium in question that Councillor Van de Kasten noted, they are on separate parcels. However, they do currently share one receiving septic tank. So there would be some efficiencies. However, we do expect to see higher costs than what we've seen for the rest of Anzac.
But that would be higher costs for all of the condominium association and not necessarily on a per unit basis.
Through the chair to Councillor Allen, that'd be correct. The total cost would, if they were to connect of their own accord, it would be shared. I would suspect equitably, whatever that condominium corporation ownership looks like. Appreciating there is, it's a mixed use condo, so there's 2 floors of residential and the main level is a commercial. So I believe there's a couple commercial entities operating out of there. I wouldn't be able to speak to what their equitable portions may or may not be.
Okay, well, thank you, and I appreciate the green flag. I'd go with that.
Thanks, Councillor Allen. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair.
Shut your mic off, Lance. Go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks. And maybe Mason answer this. With this amendment, how many more eligible properties do we know? And what would be the cost to the budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's an interesting question. In Anzac, there is 2 defined commercial zonings. There's Hamlet Community Core, which has a discretionary use for residential as well as commercial. So where we do have a number of those properties, they are technically eligible for commercial development, although if we look at ones that are currently undeveloped, if a commercial entity was to come in to develop and open up shop, it would drive our numbers up significantly. If we look at, I'd say today, what's developed out there for who exists, who's operating a business that may look to connect under this program, we would have, coincidentally, 11 explicitly located in Anzac. Gregor Lake Estates is without commercial, as is Sapper Creek. John Vier does not currently have any developed commercial within its hamlet boundaries that I'm aware of, nor is Conklin. The gas station in Ramada in Conklin is not currently, we don't have infrastructure out to there yet, so currently they're not eligible regardless of whether this subsidy was opened up to them, simply due to lack of infrastructure. So I'd say 11.
Certainly there's
11 today that would be eligible. Could be up to 100, depending, looking at land usage which could look at an impact of between 2 to 10 million-ish, depending, right? Appreciating 2 million would reflect what we have today in commercial, existing, developed, could service, let's say start tomorrow, up to 10 million if others look to develop and expand into those rural hamlets.
Okay, so just, are you saying the cap would be approximately 10 million additional to the budget? Or am I misunderstanding you? Sorry.
Through the chair to the question, 10 million on the commercial. As noted in Councillor Van de Kasten's motion, he's also opened up to institutional, which would also look at a hit of between 2 and 5.8 million additionally. So net, we're looking at between 4 and 16 million-ish, depending on what someone may look to develop in those rural hamlets.
Just last question, because I know it's a tough one, Mason, to answer, but do we have a lot of multifamily sites in the rural area undeveloped or sitting vacant right now that someone could purchase and develop and we're running water and sewer? You know what, it just, if you can get back to us in next week is fine. Don't need to know now. Just trying to figure out the additional costs that you could end up if there was a big mad rush to build and tie into the infrastructure.
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, if by multifamily you mean in excess of 4 units, say a fourplex?
Just whatever would be eligible under Kyle's motion. Like I don't know what's left for vacant lots in multifamily lots in the different rural areas. It's yeah, forget it. Sorry.
Thanks, Councillor Bussier. I'm not seeing other questions, so I'll call for a vote on the amendment. Councillor Brandt? In favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Now move back to the motion, including the amendment. Are there any other questions, comments, or debate points on the motion amended? Councillor Weigel?
I do have other amendments to bring, but I do know it's hard to do on the fly. And so what I would like to do is after this, I'd like to bring a subsequent motion for administration to bring stuff forward.
Okay, what we can do there, Councillor Weigel, is after we do the third motion passed, you can do a supplementary motion at the end for administration.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
I'll call for a vote. Online, Councillor Brandt. Thank you. In favor? That's carried unanimously. Can I have something to motion for the third reading? Councillor V.
I move that bylaw number 26/007 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Kasten, and thank you, Councillor Weigel, for the second. Council, have any questions, comments, or debate points for the third reading? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Brandt, online. In favor, thank you. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. Yes, that's... Oh, you guys, yeah, actually stay here for a minute. Thanks. Councillor Weigel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I motion that Council direct administration to bring forward an amendment to bylaw number 26/007 for Council's consideration. Such amendment to include 1, creation of a vacant lot template, the development of a standardized framework or template that would allow vacant lots to be eligible for participation in the grant program, including clearly defined criteria and requirements for qualification. Number 2, eligibility timeline for vacant lots, that the vacant lots approved under this amendment be granted a period of up to 3 years from the date of the bylaw amendment's passage to meet the program requirements and qualify for the grant. And 3, that the extension of the grant eligibility period, that the current eligibility period for the grant program be extended from 5 to 7 years from the date of municipal infrastructure is deemed complete and in place.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel, and thanks to Councillor Brandt for the second, which he's online doing this. He could probably vote online too. Noticing that. He kind of outed himself. Councillor Weigel, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it just goes back to the earlier conversations about the vacant lots and making them eligible so they can participate in the program. As they've gone through, there's lots of different reasons why there's vacant lots out in Sapri Creek, and so just to make them all equitable and eligible. The second thing is that realizing that if you're going to pull the trigger, you're going to do it quick. So I don't know if they necessarily need the 5 years, because the end date for Sapri Creek is already, again, at the end of this year because of the 5 years that the infrastructure has been in there. So that would make them automatically ineligible at that point. And so just extending it the 3 years for them and then the 2 years for the full program instead of the 5 years to give everybody just an opportunity to get in. As Councillor Remp, Director Remp said, we don't want to wait too long, obviously, to tie in, but there's a few more areas, and due to some of the delays and stuff like that, I just think 7 years is a fair program to be able to push everybody across the line.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor, any questions, comments, or debate points? Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So, Elliot, upstairs, you had talked to us, this was a while ago, about the percentage of people hooking up and the efficiencies. Do you remember that?
To the chair, I have that conversation frequently, so.
So does the vacant lots not hooking up impact that?
I don't want to speak for operations, which would be environmental services.
Okay.
And so since he was, Director Remp was having that conversation around operations, I'd prefer for him to answer that question.
Okay.
For the chair, to the question, the vacant lot, if they get connected but do not have a construction on them and no demand for water, for example, then it wouldn't really help us. But if they have a window of time to connect, the assumption would be that they would build and then have more like residents settle in, and then it's gonna help us in the long way because we're gonna get more flow.
Okay, thank you. And Mason, you said they weren't allowed in because you don't basically know how many sinks, how many all of this. What kind of risk do we have if people just randomly hook up without all of that information?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'd say there's two things there. So one, vacant lots are eligible today. They just have to be investing capital in building a house, right? They have to build a building, a structure.
Right.
My understanding from the motion before us is that that's not going to be a set criteria for those vacant properties. To answer the question, I'd say if the septic system isn't right-sized for their home, it won't function properly. It won't be able to meet demand, won't be able to meet usage, consumption, and what have you on the septic side. So as somebody uses the toilet or flushes the water down the sink, it's accumulating in the holding tank. The tanks are designed to have a 24-hour hold period so that solids can settle out, fats, oils, and greases can surface before it gets into our infrastructure. And so if the tank's not right-sized, then operations will likely have that risk of seeing issues later. And now to Councillor Weigel's point, if somebody had a development permit and we knew what size home, there's certainly things we could look to do to work with homeowners or potential homeowners, prospective builders, what have you. It's something we'd have to take away, though, I think, to work with the Safety Codes branch just to understand what sorts of things they'd look at and recommend in terms of expanding this program to accommodate those folks.
Am I allowed to ask him questions? Oh, him. Yeah. So, is having that part of your motion? Would you be willing to have that where at least they have to submit what they're going to have so we're not ever at risk of that?
I guess I just need clarification. If there was a risk on the other side that they outsize their tank, that risk would be on the homeowner, not the city.
Through the chair to Councillor Whitehall, that'd be correct.
Right. So for me, there's no liability for the city. When they got their development permit, they would, if I say I had an open lot and I put this in, I knew the template, I knew I could have 4 bathrooms and 3 sinks and this many things. And if I decide to have 7 bathrooms and 27 sinks, when I went to go get my development permit, they will say, well, when you built this holding tank, it doesn't fit. So at your cost, you're going to have to change that. So for me, I just want them to be able to put it in. If they decide to do something that they didn't plan for in the first place or isn't eligible to this template, then that's on the homeowner, not on the municipality.
So did I misunderstand you? Because I don't understand this stuff, quite frankly, but did I misunderstand you when you were explaining this, that there could be some backup and it could impact our infrastructure?
Through the chair to Councillor Bousset, it wouldn't be backup per se. The system I'm referring to is a septic tank, so it's a holding tank. It's a pressurized system where their pumps would have to pump into our system. There's check valves, so there wouldn't be backflow per se. I'd say if their system's not operating with our desired criteria, there could introduce solids and fat oils and greases and what have you into direct REMS infrastructure that may then require flushing. More periodic flushing, and then to the other point, appreciating if funds are spent to build this infrastructure and then it's not the right size and has to come out, the municipality has incurred that cost and there's rework and what have you. So
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bousset. Councillor Bousset-Lance.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to any of the presenters, based on Councillor Waggle's motion. Number 3, when's the drop date then? In your personal opinion? 7 years from the infrastructure is deemed complete. We're still working on infrastructure, correct?
Through the chair to the question, that'd be correct. Sapper Creek and John Bay would have a program end date then of June 2028. Gregor Lake Estates and Zach and the current eligible portions of Conklin would have a conclusion period of September 2030, and then the subsequent portions of Conklin infrastructure that's not currently ready today would be 7 years from the date in which it becomes ready. So we'd have a portion that we anticipate coming online next year that have a 7-year window, and then the final leg of Conklin, 7-year window again.
So we're probably 2035. We're still on the hook for, give or take a year. We're still on the hook for this.
Through the chair to the question, yeah, we're looking at 10-year window of administering the program.
What's the downside of that?
The downside. Okay, so through the chair to the question, there's a couple. One is administrative burden. So we have assigned folks to the program. So we would continue sort of going out, doing your community engagements, all those things that we have to do to run the program. But at the same time, like I mentioned before, you don't want to condense it too much because then it's a burden on condensing it. So there needs to be a fine line drawn, and there needs to be a drop dead date. I would suggest that the recommendation of an extra couple years in Sapper and John Bay seems reasonable to us, considering how long it took for the residents to really understand the program, to understand what it takes to connect. It took them. There was a lot of time to get that momentum going. Now that we have the momentum, it's good to get that extra couple of years in, wrap it up, finish it. So I wouldn't recommend going much beyond that 7 years because, like you said, you're leaving that program open. You also want to incentivize, and this goes back to vacant lots. You want to incentivize people connecting on the vacant lot so they potentially can develop a house. So that's where that fine line comes into.
So through the chair, Elliot, I believe there was a parcel of land that has changed hands in the last few months.
Okay.
And I'm assuming it's going to be subdivided and developed. So for that developer and anybody that purchases a lot, if they do purchase a lot in Sapri, they will have till when then to sign up for this? Sapri's completely done, so you got 7 years from yesterday or 5 years or tomorrow?
I'm going to let Mason answer this question so he gets it right.
Through the chair to Councillor Boucher, if somebody purchases a large parcel of land and subdivides it, it's not eligible under this program. Subdivisions are quite explicitly excluded from inclusion.
No, but the developer, I assume, is going to develop into single-family homes. And with Councillor Stew's motion, they're out of luck, you're telling me?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, I wouldn't say they're out of luck. They're just not included in this program subsidy whatsoever, nor not from the bylaw passing in May of 2020, nor under this bylaw revision. So the developer would subsequently be on the hook for the full value of all infrastructure, roads, water, sewer, to extend the infrastructure services.
Okay, now I'm really confused. So a vacant lot in Sapri is eligible?
Through the chair to the question, yes.
Okay, a vacant lot in Sapri that becomes available, let's say everything worked out, in August is not eligible?
They're eligible till December.
Could you repeat the question?
So there was a parcel of land that changed hands. I have no idea I don't even know who the developer is. If he or she decides that they're going to develop the land, subdivide it, and have 10, 12, 15 lots eligible or available for sale, and I want to go buy one, am I eligible for this plan?
Through the chair to the question, no.
Even if I start building on it in August?
Through the chair to the question, where you have effectively subdivided the parcel, any of those subdivided parcels that come into existence are not eligible under this bylaw. Both when it was originally approved in May of 2020, as well as this update.
Through the chair, that was council's wish at that time in 2020, was not to subsidize bona fide developers. So if I came in, and unfortunately there's no gray area, you either subdivide or you don't. Now you come in with 20 lots, I understand the intent. If you come in with 2, it may seem like a hardship, but it was the intention that bona fide developers who were looking to build roads and perhaps give up reserves and all of the other components of a typical subdivision wouldn't be subsidized by the ratepayer. That they presumably can still develop and make money without the subsidy provided by the municipality. So they were just deemed right from the outset to be ineligible.
Okay, so I've obviously slept through this last 13 years. So any development in the rural, as of today, if it's a parcel of land and it's subdivided into single-family lots, they are not eligible.
Through the chair, and I'm sorry if I'm not explaining it,
I'm really dumb, so just dummy it down from a lawyer to a realtor.
Okay, well, let's talk about it over coffee. What through the chair, the intention of the program was to pick up, at that time, residential single detached lots. That was the total focus. Now, through questions and comments from members of council, there have been proposed amendments which council voted on, which have now expanded the program to pick up some of the folks who just weren't ineligible. So now if I have a church or an assembly hall, I might qualify because of the expansion. If I have a multi-dwelling building, I now qualify, or a condominium and a condominium unit, I qualify. So the program now has been expanded by virtue of that change. It didn't expand to include subdivision. So it seems like perhaps an anomaly, and council may consider that to be something worthy of further review. But the way it's drafted now, if I come in and I have an oversized lot and I decide I want to subdivide it, I don't get the benefit of the subsidy for servicing for water and sewer. It's ineligible.
Okay, maybe we go for coffee.
We all could. Does council have any other questions, comments, or debate points on the supplemental motion? Not seeing, I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. I don't think you'll be needed for the next one right away. And council will take a 10-minute break. Back at 6:41. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, we have bylaw number 26/009, off-highway vehicle, Abasand area. Bylaw which will be presented for the second and third reading tonight. I'd like to invite Public Works to introduce report, please.
This is backwards. Good. No? No. Good. It's going to pop up. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Kelly Colburn, and I am the Parks and Roads Manager. With me this evening is Chris Davis, to my left, representing Legal Services. Sabrina Clayton, to my right, representing RCMP. And Aaron Anderson, to my far right, from Bylaw Services. Today, we would like to provide you with an update on the Abasand off-highway vehicle pilot project and the proposed amendment to bylaw 24-010. To start, I'd like to give a brief recap and overview of how we got here today. As you all remember, on June 11th, 2024, a two-year bylaw 24-010 was presented to Council following the previously completed public engagement and working group recommendations. The bylaw was approved to allow OHV users to travel on designated municipal roadways in Abasand starting on July 1st, 2024, and to run until May 1st, 2026. The main goal of the pilot project is to improve safety on neighborhood trails, reduce damage to municipal green space, and to provide better OHV user experience. Currently, OHV use in Abasand is regulated under the pilot bylaw 24-010, while OHV use throughout the broader Fort McMurray urban service area is regulated under bylaw 98-078. The timelines on this slide illustrate the full life cycle of the Abasand OHV pilot project. We are currently in Q2 2026 at the Council presentation phase, delivering the final project evaluation. This evaluation reflects 2 years of data and analysis, including safety metrics, compliance and enforcement outcomes, community engagement results, and infrastructure utilization. The Off-Highway Vehicle Working Group engaged residents at 3 key stages of the Abasand OHV pilot project, prior to launch, at the 1-year check-in, and again through this 2-year review, the third and final phase of engagement. This final phase of engagement was held January 22nd to February 11th and included both online and in-person opportunities. 1,930 engagement actions from residents were collected, including 954 survey responses. Participants represented a broad cross-section of the community, including Abasand residents, OHV and non-OHV users, and key community partners, such as the Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association and Father Bogart School. Our objective was to ensure a balanced perspective, capturing feedback from those directly experiencing the pilot, as well as those supporting or observing its impacts within the neighborhood. While 38% of survey respondents are Abasand residents and 82%
our OHV users, it is important to note that engagement opportunities were heavily promoted and all residents had the opportunity to participate. It is our experience that residents frustrated with municipal services, bylaws, or policies typically participate in public engagement on the topic to share their feedback. A detailed What We Heard report has been included in Mayor and Council's information package and also publicly available on the municipal website. The majority of engagement participants want to see the pilot made permanent. 76.55% of quick poll respondents and 69.71% of survey respondents selected this option. When residents were asked about progress towards the project goals, a high majority agreed the pilot has increased user experience, 85.85%, increased safety on neighborhood trails, 72.54%, and decreased damages to green space, 77.14%. Many respondents described the pilot as improving access, safety, and enjoyment of OHV use, with some non-users also noting quality of life benefits. Another key theme were concerns about compliance with OHV laws, the need for stronger and more consistent enforcement, and illegal OHV use in other neighborhoods, citing the pilot as being a contributing factor. Expanding legal roadway access beyond Abasan was also a reoccurring theme, often framed around fairness amongst neighborhoods and practical access. The feedback received during the 2 open houses and one-on-one meetings with community partners echoed the feedback received through the online survey and quick poll. In both the 2025 and 2026 public surveys, residents were asked to evaluate how well the pilot is meeting its key objectives of improving the OHV experience, increasing trail safety, and reducing damages to green space. The results shown on this slide reflect strong support from survey participants in both years. Notably, we see positive momentum across 3 categories, with perceptions that the pilot has been successful over time. This slide presents a summary of pulse inquiry data for both the overall urban area and the Abasan community. In the year prior to the Abasan pilot, the total urban OHV-related pulse inquiries were 281. Following the launch of the Abasan pilot on July 1st, 2024, the total urban OHV pulse inquiries increased to 334 per year. This increase was primarily driven by a rise in inquiries related to OHVs operating on green space, which grew from 2 to 93. At the same time, we observed a decrease in inquiries related to inappropriate use in urban areas, declining from 205 to 155. During the pilot period, the Abasan area recorded 24 pulse inquiries out of a total of 497 OHV-related inquiries across the entire urban area. The highest number of inquiries was received in Timberlea at 134 and a lower town site at 68. Overall, this data provides insight into shifting patterns of OHV-related concerns following implementation of the Abasan pilot. We are also observing a downward trend in overall pulse inquiries across the urban service area as we move toward the end of the second year of the pilot project. This slide presents RCMP statistics reported by fiscal year April 1st to March 31st as reflected in the calendar reference at the bottom of the slide. Over the past 3 fiscal years, we have observed steady growth in OHV-related calls for service across the entire urban area. In contrast, calls specific to Abasan have remained consistent, averaging approximately 4 to 5 calls per year. A similar upward trend across the broader urban area is reflected in occurrences categorized under the OHV Act, insufficient evidence, and OHV flight from police, insufficient evidence. In Abasan, however, these numbers have remained low and relatively unchanged over the same 3-year period. Additionally, the percentage of citizen complaints related to illegal OHV use in the entire urban area has increased over time. In 2023, it was 32%, 2024, 63%, and 2025, 75%. An increase in OHV collisions within the urban area was recorded from April to December 2024, which corresponds with the first year of the Abasan pilot project. Since the pilot was launched, 2 collisions have been recorded in Abasan. The majority of urban OHV collisions involving alcohol show the following trend. In 2023, 2 of 2. In 2024, 4 of 6. And in 2025, 0 of 2. The majority of violation notices issued during this time were related to regulatory compliance, including registration, licensing, and helmet requirements. This slide presents 2025 bylaw enforcement statistics related to OHV activity. In 2025, 19 files were opened in Abasan under the OHV pilot project, out of a total of 396 files across the entire Fort McMurray urban service area. This represents a significant reduction in Abasan compared to previous years. 51 files in 2024, which was the combined bylaw, and then 42 files in 2023 under the urban service area OHV bylaw. Across the broader urban area, gone on arrival files remain high in the range of approximately 300 per year. However, Abasan has shown a positive trend, with these occurrences decreasing from 31 in 2023, 40 in 2024, to 8 in 2025. Since the pilot bylaw came into effect on July 1st in 2024, enforcement outcomes in Abasan have included 3 charges issued and 9 verbal warnings. The majority of enforcement interactions have been education forced, advising operators on bylaw requirements and verifying registration and insurance documentation. Compliance rates for registration and insurance have been high. Overall, the data suggests improved compliance and reduced enforcement pressure within Abasan under the pilot framework, and a continued emphasis on education and voluntary compliance. While there were no fire incidents caused by OHVs in Abasan in 2023 or 2024, 1 fire occurred on September 20th, 2025. The incident took place on the OHV trail south of Abasan within the urban service area. During a quad rollover, the hot exhaust contacted dry grass, igniting a fire that burned approximately 0.027 hectares. During the 2025 summer inspections in the Abasan community, several areas of green space and trail damage related to OHV activity were identified, with a total estimate repair cost of approximately $70,000. Key findings of green space damages include 13 green space locations impacted by OHV use, totaling approximately 2,656 square meters of damaged turf, 1 trail segment, approximately 150 meters, requiring repair, and multiple trail sections where the tread is wearing at an accelerated rate, requiring a new trail cap earlier than anticipated. While the trail remains safe for public use, deterioration is occurring faster than expected. From an operational perspective, maintenance teams have not observed measurable increase in damage to municipal green spaces within the Abasan community since implementation of the pilot. However, also have not seen a meaningful reduction in overall impacts. There has been some improvements in damage to vertical infrastructure, such as gates, fencing, and boulder installations, indicating that targeted mitigation measures are having a positive effect. At the same time, impacts to naturalized areas, including natural tree stands and surface level turf damage, remain consistent with pre-pilot conditions. While current mitigation strategies are yielding incremental improvements, particularly for built assets, ongoing impacts to natural areas continue to carry direct financial implications. Sustained investment in durable access controls, strategic infrastructure design, and proactive maintenance planning will be essential to reducing long-term life cycle costs and protecting municipal assets. While the RMWB continues to monitor OHV activities in the Abyssinian area and collect data related to the municipal properties damages, some preventative steps were already completed and include ongoing OHV pilot project, public education, engagement, and information campaign. RES provided 200 Fire Smart water buckets to the Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association to encourage wildfire safety on the trails. This cost was approximately $600. Wood Buffalo RCMP is adding more eyes in the skies above Fort McMurray. 2 drones were bought and also used for controlling OHV activities in Abyssinian. The total cost of purchase approximately $40,000. 9 swing gates and 100 feet of post and rail fencing were installed in Abyssinian to protect municipal green space and trail systems from unpermitted OHV traffic, with a grand total of $50,000. 15 no OHV signs were ordered and 7 were installed in the areas with biggest green space damages. The total cost of purchasing the signs was under $5,000. Temporary traffic monitoring cameras were installed randomly in areas adjacent to the Abyssinian staging area and green spaces to better understand the dynamic of illegal OHV activities in the neighborhood. The Abyssinian OHV pilot project generated significant public interest within Abyssinian and contributed to increased OHV activity across the broader urban service area. This increased activity also coincided with some incidents of non-compliance and illegal behavior as reflected in pulse reports, RCMP data, and municipal bylaw statistics. Public survey results indicate that the pilot's primary objective, improving safety on neighborhood trails, enhancing the overall OHV user experience, and reducing damage to municipal green spaces, have largely been achieved. While reported green space damages level in the Abyssinian area remain comparable to pre-pilot conditions, overall municipal trail safety and user awareness have improved. At the same time, concerns related to misuse and non-compliance, both within and outside the Abyssinian area, have been raised and must continue to be addressed through coordinated enforcement and education efforts. Overall, the pilot demonstrates strong public commitment to adhering to bylaw requirements and has fostered positive community and family-oriented outdoor recreation experiences. Based on these findings, administration recommends that Council make the Abyssinian off-highway vehicle pilot project permanent within the Abyssinian community, and that bylaw number 24-010 be amended to remove the term pilot project and to require that OHVs operating under this bylaw be equipped with functioning signal lights with a 6-month period provided for users to complete this installation. While continuing to enhance public education and information campaigns related to OHV regulations, improve and maintain supporting municipal infrastructure, and sustain technology-assisted enforcement and targeted patrols within the area. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Super, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. This question for, I guess, bylaw, peace officers, RCMP, and Public Works, where the target for this whole program was to increase safety on trails, reduce damage to green spaces, and increase the OHV users' positive experience. Aside from all the engagement that was done, do you believe, with your experience, that these things are being met? Anybody can answer.
Through the chair to the question, I can speak to the green spaces. We have seen an improvement with our green spaces, but to be fair, we didn't collect data prior to the project starting.
Right.
So we started this when the project started.
Okay.
So we can speak to that as well as the infrastructure. We have seen an improvement with our infrastructure.
That's good to hear. Anything, Aaron?
Yeah, through the chair to Your Worship. When you're talking about enforcement and you're looking at the stats and going off the stats and calls for service, it's pretty minimal with regards to the pilot project. So it's reduced our complaints and our interactions with people in an enforcement way. Our interactions are pretty positive when we're just doing community engagement up there. Where we're seeing the issues is outside of the pilot project.
Right. Perfect. Thank you. Council questions. Councilor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to presenters, thank you for your presentation. It's actually in line with what you were talking about. So looking at some of the stats, some of the themes were enforcement, monitoring, compliance, and green space. So if we're looking at expanding this project and talking about compliance, you've identified that you're going to be doing targeted patrols and more drones. How do you see that expanding if we expand this to other areas? So not just your check-ins in the area, but across the whole entire region. Are we seeing...
I don't want to cut you off, Councilor Vardy, but that's this is just Abisan's pilot project we're talking about, bylaw, and that will be next meeting in May, the whole area.
Circling back, do you currently, at this point in time, do you think a dedicated person would be needed for the OHV, an OHV officer for this specific one with potential of expanding?
Yeah, through the chair of the question, we have a dedicated traffic team as we sit right now. They'll be responsible for OHV enforcement as well. So we do have 2 dedicated officers on each watch, and we have 2 watches, 7 days a week.
Perfect. And then my next question is, I agree with you about the 2 keys are enforcement and education. So us, obviously enforcement and also education, what role do you think our nonprofits like Wood Buffalo Riders Society play in the education piece? And Jason, I'm going to ask you the same thing when you come up.
Through the chair to the question, I think the community engagement and involvement of those who love and actively get out there in our community are very much needed in this case. We as police officers, peace officers in the enforcement piece can only go so far. And we present the enforcement piece regardless of how we show up, whatever uniform we wear, we always present the enforcement piece, even though 95% of our job is education. But it really is going to take the community and the entire region of Wood Buffalo to get involved, have the conversations about proper, safe use on our trails and our roadways, and reducing that alcohol and drug component to this. That has been a massive notice, really. Even when we look at our fatals in the rural area, in specific in this area, we've seen that. So the alcohol and drug and that education piece is so important that the community members are the ones to identify that and not necessarily coming from us as enforcement.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. And my last question was just, you had mentioned that one of the recommendations of functioning signal lights. Is that included on the ATVs and for the larger vehicles, like signal lights for everything that's considered an off-highway vehicle?
Through the chair to the question, yes, that would be anything that's included in this project. And that was also part of the recommendations from the feedback we received from engagement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Vardy. Councilor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, through the chair. Thanks for the presentation. Just looking for some clarity. 38% of the survey respondents were Abisan folks, correct? Out of the 38%, how many were supportive of the OHV program, making it permanent?
Through the chair to the question, I would have to look up the exact stats unless Matthew has that off the top of his head over there with
Because it wasn't
what you
provided
heard.
in this, in the update, right? I couldn't find it in here, Kelly. And I guess the other question I have, Kelly, is I believe we do a very good job with engagements, but 38% to me is not a great turnout from an area that's going to be either supporting or not supporting this program. Is there something we could have done different? Like I was hoping that there would have been a lot more than 300 people or whatever it was in Abisan. What was it, 38% of 900 and something?
Through the chair to the question, we did public engagement in person. We did online survey. So we did it, and I guess we did it various types. We did see a big increase from the 1 year check-in to the 2 year check-in. But yeah, we did the virtual versus in-person, and in-person was not a lot of people came out.
Yeah, and I'm certainly not questioning your attempt or the engagement. It's just, it was disappointing that it didn't seem like the community was that engaged in just responding or answering any of your questions. I guess, I mean, I think in the update, it was close to 77 or 76% are supportive of making it permanent, but we just don't know the number of Abisan people that are supportive, correct?
Through the chair to the question, we can look and see if we can break it down further in the stats that we have pulled from our engagement. We
Okay.
don't have that here tonight.
Okay. And the only other question, but I think you answered it, we didn't do any measurement of the green space damage prior to this pilot project, right? Like we don't have a real measuring stick when it comes to, did it reduce green space damage?
That's correct. So previous to the project, we kind of stopped fixing all the damages that we had and let it take its course. And we've been doing the repairs now, and we haven't seen as much damages to repair, but we don't have anything to measure. So moving forward, if we were to move forward into a different area, it would be the best would be to look at what we have right now to have a measurement to go off of.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for all the work on this. This has been awesome. When it comes to liability and insurance, besides the checks that we do with RCMP and bylaw, do we have any other enforcement tools to make sure that people have insurance and registration and municipally wise to make sure that they have that?
Through the chair to the question, are you asking if there's a registered program where people would
Yeah.
I think a permitting program?
That was one of the, with talking to the public and going through, that was one of the ideas that came up, was having a permitting program, which would actually then fund the RMWB for enforcement, but having where they come in and when they get a permit, they get a sticker for their license plate or something, say that they have an active permit. From that active permit, they have to show proof of insurance. And then that way, in an enforcement case, they're easily identifiable who has seen insurance and insurance there, because the liability, both with public property, if it gets damaged, that's on the RMWB, but also in personal injury. So if there's personal injury and somebody doesn't have insurance, that could sink a couple families, both the rider and whoever they hit. And so I'm massively for this program, but I'm for doing it right and making sure that everybody stays safe all the way through. And so to me, that was one of the biggest comments that came back to me when looking into this. Obviously being in Safari Creek, which is a high ridership out there, that was one of the biggest things, is just making sure that it's safe and without just the random checks as we go out there, which is sometimes tough to do. You'd never catch that you could by a drone if you have a permitted plate and just see what's on there. That was one of the things that came up, is just that if we had a permitting program to be able to do that, it would just have an extra insurance on our level and a liability that we're trying to make sure that insurance is in place. The question is, do you think that's a great idea?
So we did discuss this previously. I guess it's twofold. So we would still have to verify that they have a permit and see the sticker. So we didn't move forward with that option at the time when we originally did this pilot.
Okay.
So if we were directed to look into this, we could, but we would still have to verify that they would have that sticker and did that work up front.
Yeah. It'd give us a process to be actually see insurance, and I think that would give us better insurance. But I don't know, as your guys' recommendation, do you guys see value in that as a panel?
I would have to pass it over to Aaron to see if he has input. I know we did look at this previously.
Yeah, through the chair to the question, if you kind of look at it as I have a unit, you have to get a registration, you have to get it insurance. That permitting program is only as good as if you actually go get the permit. So I kind of look at it as animal licensing. The census says we had 18,000 animals here in the RMWB. I know there's more, but we only get 2,500 through licensing. And then if you're adding a permit program to this pilot project or responsibility of the rider, it's the same thing. It's another thing that we would have to enforce to get the rider to do. So it's going to be minimal. It's going to be hard to enforce as well. And we did speak to it in length. It was highly disregarded, I guess. Yeah.
It was highly disregarded?
Yeah.
Just because the enforcement level? And so even if there was a strict balance where it's like you have to have, if you're going to be operating on our trails, you have to have a permit. If you're caught without a permit, you lose your, it's impounded. Could you go to a severe a severe punishment if it goes through and to create that? And again, it's not about the money coming in. It's just about enforcing the insurance level and just making sure that the liability, if somebody gets hurt, a kid gets hurt and a family doesn't have the ability to pay for that, then again, that becomes a major issue.
Yeah, through the chair of the question, it's something that can be enforced and something that you can amend the bylaw to have a serious bite to.
Yeah.
For the consequences of doing that. So
okay,
it's out there. It's something that we could do.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair and to Councillor Weigel, I'm always concerned about unintended consequences, and we've got a structure in the bylaw with enforcement provisions. And so it does exist. It ultimately comes back to resources. And also you don't want to set up a standard that you can't consistently meet, because then if we've established an even higher level that's not perhaps consistent with how other communities approach it, are we potentially setting ourselves up for failing to meet that target? So I'm not saying don't do the right things. I'm just saying don't overreach, because if you do that and set this high standard and now you can't meet that bar, you may set the community up for potential claims that you didn't do your job.
Gotcha.
So you're trying to find the right balance.
Right. And so legally, having it in the bylaw that you have to have insurance liability-wise, that takes the city off of the liability?
Through the chair, we've done what we think is good best practices in terms of setting up the bylaw for success. And you hope that the community works hand in glove. So that they're doing, the community, we're all doing our job on the other side. But we as a municipality can only do so much. And I think we've tried to achieve that in the bylaw, not only in the pilot, but now in the permanent version.
Okay. I apologize. I don't know if I caught the answer there. So with that being in the bylaw that they have to have insurance, does that take away the liability of the RMWB? Like if somebody gets hurt in the RMWB, can we be seen as negligence that we didn't enforce it?
Through the chair, we've got very good protection under the MGA. Only where we're negligent can we, in most cases, be found liable. And so what we've tried to do is set up a standard here that is achievable. Sets out good practices, meets the bylaws and the provincial expectations in the same time, and isn't an overreach, so that we've established too high a standard that we ourselves can't even meet. So to answer shortly and briefly, yes, we've done our side of the job.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. I think CO has other statistics to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair to Chief of Staff Harrison, I think you had some stats to share.
Thank you, CEO Boudelaire. For the record, my name is Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff. Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's earlier question about the Abasan data. So we do have a breakdown of that, and that's on page 111 of your council package. Some of the key questions that Abasan residents specifically responded to, or at least the results of some of the questions, is what should happen next with the pilot program. Of the Abasan residents who participated, 78% said make the pilot permanent. And then on page 112, there's a couple other questions that are relevant. The question is improving the OHV user experience. They felt that Abasan residents, 88% of those who participated felt that it did so. And then increasing neighborhood trail safety, 76% of the Abasan residents participating felt that the program did that as well. Just to also address the number of participants, I feel very confident in the availability that was made for residents to participate in this event. Certainly in Abasan, there were mail-outs to households. There was interaction with the school, with Father Beau, and sharing information with kids to the parents. There was digital signage, social media, many of our usual tools that we use to communicate engagement opportunities. So I feel there is certainly adequate notice and opportunity for people to engage, as well as the multiple points of engagement from the pre-engagement of before the start of the pilot program to the 1-year check-in to the 2-year check-in. So there certainly has been opportunity to gather that feedback, and I would say the team's done an excellent job really collecting the data on this particular pilot program. So now you may have a different page number. Perhaps I see you're looking a bit confused, Councillor, but I'm working off the website council package. So that's page 109. Sorry, and 109 through 112 of your package. So I hope that clarifies.
So, to the chair, to Matthew, thanks, Matthew. I'm looking at the pages you quoted. What I was looking for is the percentage of Abasan residents that supported the project going permanent.
Yes.
And you say it's on page 111?
On page
109? 111?
I believe it's 111 of the council package. There's a slide you'll see that says Abasan resident survey feedback.
My 111 says, have you driven your OHV on roadways? That's not your page? I'll talk about it after, Matthew.
Okay. Either way, page aside, the information from the survey is 78% in support of making it permanent.
That's fine.
Of Abasan residents, that's the percentage of Abasan.
Thank you, Matthew. Councillor Cardin, we have a question?
I do. In the photographs, a lot of the trails or the green spaces are obviously ripped up, right? And are they still going through those areas?
Through the chair to the question, we still do see some OHVs on the trails, but we are seeing a reduction in the amount. We're hearing a reduction in the amount on the trails. And with the help of the Will Buffalo Riders Association, they are helping us. They do, thank you, they do call out the people that they know and they see when they're using illegal or doing illegal stuff up there. So it's great, like having that partnership with them. So we still do have it, but it's not as bad as it was.
So do they just move to a different spot and avoid ripping up the green space, or just leave it as it is and let them be on their merry way?
So in Abasan, they're now using the roadways to get where they need to go.
Okay.
So it's less use on the green spaces.
And why are we fixing the green spaces?
We would repair those damages now and bring them back because we have the OHVs out on the roads. So they're not on the green spaces like they were originally before this pilot project.
Okay. I guess this is for the RCMP. When you do a traffic stop, do you specifically ask for insurance and registration, or just basically look for impaired drivers?
Through the chair to the question, we always ask for those documents, driver's license included, as well as impairment. So that is a primary focus of our job. So compliance with the provincial legislation, and the criminal aspect of the impairment.
So on a trail like this, would you just randomly go out and say, okay, well, we want to catch all the people that are drinking and driving on the trail?
Absolutely. That's our primary focus, right, is the safety of the community using those areas. So it's also an opportunity for us to have conversations and education as well. So it's not solely about writing a ticket, if that's what you're asking, or if it's about having those conversations with people, making sure they have their helmets, if their kids are seatbelted in their side-by-sides, those types of things. So 95% of what we do is that education, but we are always looking for that enforcement piece as well.
If they didn't have registration and insurance, would the difference between safety still be the same?
Can you clarify your question?
If I'm driving my ATV and I didn't have registration and insurance and I'm not drinking and driving, as to opposed to a person that has insurance and registration, would the safety aspect still be the same?
Of course, the safety aspect is always the same. It might be the difference between a warning, though, if you're completely sober behind the wheel of any conveyance or motor vehicle. It might be a difference between that conversation and, you have your registration on you don't have your paper. It might lead to a written warning. If they don't have registration and don't have insurance, we have an obligation to remove that vehicle from the roadway and send that person to court.
Maybe don't mind me on this one, Mayor, but I kind of, because in our community in Fort Chip and then some rural communities, I mean, we just kind of always want to get away from the urban rules and get out on the land and, just have a good ride, right? And enforcement in Fort Chip 1, there is none. And there's no registration and insurance until people start stunting and acting crazy.
Correct.
Right? And that's the way that community is made. And I just kind of wanted to, we're trying to build a community, and I know that safety is obviously a big high risk, and just kind of wanted to say those there, so not to pound it to the ground too much, where the people just want to go out on a ride, and maybe they're not going to get into registration, and try not to condemn them too much for that. So
specifically speaking, though, to this project, it's about registration and insurance while they're using it on the roads in the municipality. So off on the land, that's a conversation we're having. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I know, but I'm just saying, like in Fort Chip, we're able to drive our quads down the street, right? And we don't get bothered.
That's
the
right.
RCMP don't bother us. Bylaw doesn't bother us.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Yeah, you're correct. Let's keep this to the Abasand today. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing, so thank you all very much. Delegates, just... Jason Mills and Jason Corby. Just want to say your name for the record. Nice hat, Jason.
I noticed that hat.
You have 5 minutes to present. On your step. Go ahead, just introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Jason Mills, the president of the Wood Buffalo Recreational Riders Association. I do have Jason Corby with me. He's one of the directors supporting me here tonight. So good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, I just want to say congratulations. Obviously, there's a lot of new council people here I haven't been able to speak in front of, so good to see you, and hopefully I'll meet all of you in person one day, and then a few that are re-elected. Of course, Sandy Bowman on your land side, victory. Awesome job. Look forward to what you can do the next few years. I'm here today to speak about the Abasan pilot project. I encourage obviously to make it permanent as well. This project has proven to be very successful, not just for the OHV rider, but the entire Abasan community. Before the pilot, like you guys just seen on the slide there, saw many vehicles just riding on green spaces, not much rules in place, interacting with people, making it somewhat dangerous for the residents. So since allowing the controlled access to roadways, we've seen it a more safer, appropriate routes by using the roadways. This reduced the conflicts with made on the trails and enjoyable to secure for the families and the walking and the children playing on the green spaces. So that eliminates that safety factor. Our group has been involved in several safety videos and information videos like throughout the past couple of years. So we talked about how we're going to support it. I mean, we've done the education when it comes to even fire or checking your equipment, making sure you're riding safe, putting out your fires. So we went down a few of those videos already, and license and registration as well. So they're all posted online, municipality. For the OHV rider, this project has always been major important quality of life. It allows the people to leave directly from their home, access the trail system responsibly without needing the trails for their machines. That convenience matters, and it's made it like truly valuable to the people of Abasan. We also see an economic benefit, see increased traffic at the convenience store and the gas station. I don't have their financials, but I see it. I'm sure they feel it. So it's really good to see that increase of traffic to that local business and keep it thriving up in Abasan. That's real economic activity just driven just by this incentive. I have spoken to more than one person about actually purchasing a home in Abasan. They specifically told the realtor they want to live in Abasan because they enjoy their ATVs and they just want that access. So they literally told the realtor that and bought a house up there. I know him personally. So it's great to see. So in the closing here, this is definitely more than a pilot. It's kind of an opportunity to position Fort McMurray in a forward-thinking community that embraces outdoor recreational riding while balancing the safety and respect to the residents. So I just encourage all you new councillors and existing councillors from previously, like this has gone so well. I think those stats are massive, like the amount of people involved that actually took the time to do the survey, it's super high. Like if you think about the small community, that's you don't see that kind of engagement. So that was massive. Just want to thank the working group, all the video crews, the lawyers involved, of course, and all of us are just like really truly honored just to be a part of it and bettering the community. I think it's been very positive. We're happy to be here.
Thanks, Jason. We've had a lot of discussions about this, so I'm glad to see it's going well. And you're probably one of the most foremost knowledgeable people on trails in the community. I see it online and just talking to you. I have the same questions to RCMP and our administration. In your experience, and you guys on the trails, have you seen the trails more safe now? That people are getting more kind of in tune with the group as a whole, in kind of self-governing itself, as well as kind of holding everybody accountable?
Yeah, like we see it in Abasan. For the most part, there is the oddball that does ride the greenbelt. We have seen that, so there is a small percentage still that do that could cause damage to the greenbelt. Sorry, I could never have a chance to stop them and ask them like, how come you're just not using the road? Like that's the whole point of this. But
yeah,
I think it was just winter time and maybe it was convenience for the family. It was a young family driving slow, quiet machine, not disturbing the peace, but still they're on the green space and we're trying to get them on the roadway to make it safe for everybody. So for the most part, I think it's gone really well. And with these added safety features like signal lights, like we agreed to that 3 years ago. The working team just didn't want to make it hard for the ATV user and make it more difficult for them to use this bylaw. So that's why the signal lights weren't initiated 3 years ago, but we believe it's a good idea to have signal lights, and some of these machines come equipped with that, so.
Yeah, I think you actually recommended that last time you spoke at council to this pilot project. And I think it goes without saying, but just as your opinion and the group, do you think the pilot project and now moving into a permanent bylaw improves the overall rider's experience to be able to use the roadway to access trails?
Oh, no, 100%. Like, residents can't be more happy than just leaving from their home and coming home without having a trailer up. It's a time, it's an inconvenience. They just want to come home from work and maybe go for a little ride and have a little cook up in the woods with their family, so I think it's a benefit.
How many people did you have at the last ride you had, and how many people did you have in the last Abasan ride? Do you know?
The last Abasan ride was December 28th. We had 176 machines, probably at least 300 people. Majority from Abasan. Some of them came from Beacon Hill, Perry Creek, and Sapere, and then the rest of the people trailered there. There were so many people that we had to clear the gravel parking lot, and they parked at the school. So there was a large amount of people that came. So that was really good to see, and it was very cold that day, or else I believe we would have had more. The most recent one was March 7th up in Tower Road. We had 117 machines and 250 people or so. So yeah, there's lots of activity when we put on these events and provide that for the family, and I haven't had any negative feedback whatsoever so far.
Perfect. Thanks, Jason. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Thank you, Jason, for the presentations, and thanks for your comment about the safety. So if this becomes permanent with the potential of conversations in the next couple of weeks about expanding it, in my head, I see the role of the association being bigger, right? Because riders listen to riders, right? They have to listen to bylaw, but you have more impact as their peer. Is it fair to say that you think that your role will increase when this becomes permanent, the board specifically?
There's going to be a broader audience, but right now there's over 10,000 people on the page, and I mean, I'm the voice of reason. People are going to do what they want to do. There might be the small percentage, but we do, obviously promote what is right and legally right. And I might not be the only person that does that on that page. There's definitely other people that are very vocal on the page that can get out of hand at times, but they are calling out these types of bad behaviors or people because they want it to succeed and they want it to be expanded. So I see that quite often on the page.
Across Alberta or maybe across Canada, when we see the OHV users, if you have the information, what do rider associations usually do? Because my only comparison is like snowdrifters, who it's a membership and they take care of the trails. So what would a rider association for OHVs do? What can we expect to see if you guys were to expand to support the education and enforcement piece?
Well, we have been making the educational videos like for the past 3 years with the working team, so that can continue for sure. There's many different videos we can make. As an expansion, like I'm basically like a free consultant to you guys. We've been working on this pilot project, giving our own recommendations, and then with your legal team and working team, we come up with the rules and regulations, right? For me to enforce it, I'm not the enforcer, it's the police and the bylaw. I will share the information with them on the page. And whatever the municipality gives to me or the working group, like I've been sharing it. And that's how we get the communication out to make it right. When it comes to like managing the trails and stuff, I've been working with the government. It's a whole nother topic though we're talking about here now.
It's a big one.
I have submitted trails to the Alberta government if you want to hear about it. But right now it's going to be focused in the Abasan area. And we do have phase 2 in the Timberley area, but that hasn't been submitted to the government because it's just too much to bite off. And we are all volunteers here, so we're just doing whatever we can. And we do put in hundreds of hours a year, like trying to make it better for everyone in the background, even without the designated trail system. So I'm not like the snowdrifters to that point yet because I don't have a registered trail where I can say, hey, like give us $20 or $100 a year. Like, I don't know if we'll get to that point or if we'll actually need that membership, because I think we can get funds like in other ways, like by hosting events and creating that same amount of funds through 50/50s that I would through memberships. The memberships can tell us how many people are actually riding the trail, but I mean, I could do a survey on my page right now and whatever I want to put on there, it will tell me how many people are going to pay and not pay, or where you live, where you ride, how many people voted. I can get all that information myself just by doing a survey on my page. So.
If there was interest to have an MOU between the RMWB and the Riders Association, would there be any interest between the Riders Association to make the partnership a little bit more official? I haven't talked about this with the mayor, so please don't look at me. But is that of interest if that was ever on the table?
Yeah, like it's most definitely something that probably will have to happen at some point in time, like to be like the Snowdrifters and get some kind of funding to help with the trail systems or linking trail systems with municipal trail systems. Because just most recently, like the Draper Trail to Sapper Creek was supposed to be underneath the Alberta government, but I was just told on March 7th that it's not going to be under them and it's actually under you guys. So I put in Stu Zero already, but yeah, we have a little bit of maintenance to do down there, like on the creek crossings. But I already know there's repairs happening on the washout that's been there for a couple of years since the first flood along the light duty vehicle road. But once you enter that trail system, there is some repairs that have to happen and there is some funding that needs to come. And that's actually going to have to come from the RMWB because the government won't pay for it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. This is a volunteer position. You and your board, you guys do a wonderful job. You are everywhere. You've been doing a lot of stuff. And just thank you for your time because you've been a very important part of this process. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and obviously thank you to you and your group. You guys have done an unbelievable job, and you've said it multiple times, but the safety aspect that you guys put out there and the information to do it right has been monstrous. Obviously, coming from Sapper Creek, there's a huge ridership out there, and they love talking to them. They love what you guys are doing. I was talking to one guy today who's had some issues with ATVs, and they praise the work that you guys are doing. The one question I have for you is the same question I was talking about before. Do you feel a permit process from the RMWB would be limiting, or do you think it would be an obstacle for ridership?
If we had a partnership, like as in...
Yeah, so if the RMWB to ride on the trails or to have one in RMWB to ride on the roads, that you had to have a permit, and so you'd go down. It would be say a $50 permit, but you had to submit your insurance at that time to show that you had insurance and the working vehicle of all the things that was going on that you needed, like the signal lights now and all of those things. Do you see that as an obstacle for people not to do it? And as well as, do you think that's a better way to help with liability issues for accidents? If the unfortunate accident that something happens, they don't have insurance, there's a family trying to deal with a medical situation who might not be covered.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to hear that like some people don't have insurance and registration because these things cost more than cars.
Right.
For the most part, maybe the vehicles they're stopping are maybe an ATV that's like $10,000. I'm not sure. I don't have those stats, but like you're saying, like maybe Abasan area, like you're living up here, this is a benefit to us. We're going to charge $20 a year, but with that $20 a year, we're going to check to make sure you have your license or registration before you get your trail pass.
Right.
So then if you are stopped on the roadways and you don't have that trail pass, well, you might not have a registration or insurance either.
Right.
I mean, that could get messy. That's a lot to handle. That's a whole nother...
But what if the RMWB handled it? What if they said that you had to come down to the permit office? They handled that part of it, and then when BILAC went through, there was some sort of, like I was saying before, like a sticker on the license plate or something that just showed that you had a permit, because then they would automatically know that you showed insurance and gone through. That was the piece, and what BILAC was saying, which I agree, it becomes another level of trying to actually enforce, but I know that it gives safety to the people that have gone through something and or in the future, just to make sure that we're keeping people, because really, a machine's a machine, and I agree, some people have got $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 machines. Why wouldn't you have insurance? Is crazy. But the worry is you hurt a person or a child and there's no one there to cover that becomes the biggest issue.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it doesn't have to be a huge fee. You're not out for the money. You just want the liability to be covered. So I can understand that.
Do you think that would be something that your outfit would support?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Scott.
Thanks for the presentation. How many ATV users or OHV users are there living in Abasan, would you estimate, in total? And I know it's just an estimation.
Well, you had 300 people vote?
All the people
out of 300? There's probably 300 machines, if not 400. I mean,
so one-third.
To me, I feel like every second household probably has a machine, if not multiple machines.
I think that speaks volumes in itself. I believe a big reason people live in this region is outdoor access. And I'm sure you and your members would agree, or you and the folks that are part of your page.
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you for the presentation. Is your group a non-profit society? Do you hold societal status?
Yep, it's registered. It's 3 years now, as of April 6th.
I should know this considering I sat on the committee. Do you get any funding from the municipality?
Not as yet, no.
We only went through it 6 times, right? No, you don't get any?
No, because I don't really own any crown land right now or municipal land. I'm just kind of like a voice of the ATV community and hold events that I create funding and get sponsorship from businesses and such like that. And then I just create some funding for us to hold more events.
Okay.
So I've been just getting funding from our own drives, I guess.
Fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Any other questions from it? Councillor Cardinal, is it about Fort Chip?
It's about Janvier. Just kidding. Claire, could you clarify a little bit? I forgot to ask this, but bylaw and RCMP, what were you saying about the lights? Signal lights? I didn't.
Yeah, so the part of the recommendation at the end of the slide pack there was to amend your bylaw to add signal lights to, like, say, your side-by-side or your ATV or your dirt bike. That's just an amendment that they're going to add on the bylaw, and that was actually recommended. I was just mentioning by our association 3 years ago. That was just part of, like, some of the recommendations we had, but then the working team, they didn't want to make it hard for the residents, so that's why we didn't go with the signal lights in the first place, because everyone would have to rush out and get signal lights. Where now we just went through 2 years without signal lights, but we found the feedback, some of the feedback and some of the information coming on the survey did mention, like, hey, it'd be nice to have signal lights, like, just to add that extra layer of protection, safety.
I thought there's signals when you're on the quad. You know, you got the...
Yeah,
right?
Hand signals, but
hand
not everyone
signals,
knows how to use their arms,
because it's not a registered road, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering where the lights were coming in on that, but you answered it, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carter. And thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I someone make the motion? Or sorry, make the motion for the second reading? Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/009, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 24/010, be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian. Thank you, Councillor Brand, for the second. Does Council have any debate, comments, or discussion? I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 26/009 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel, and thank you, Councillor Luana Boussier, for the second. Any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship, through the chair, and I guess to the chair. I got to eat a little crow this time, because I know back in 2021 this came up as a big topic of discussion during the election. And I'm one of those that stood out there and said, you know, this comes up every term, and it's always been turned down, and it's going to be a cold day in hell before council in Wood Buffalo passes a bylaw for OHV use in the urban service area. And having seen the presentation, I'm in full support of it. I've got to say, and I learned a new term. I now know what dotmocracy is. I never heard of that before, but I did read the entire report. It makes sense, and so yes, I will humbly withdraw all my words from the past and say, you know what, it makes sense. And Wood Buffalo is a unique community, and I know we've always allowed it in our rural communities. So this makes sense. I'm not sure about other areas of town at this point yet, but I think certainly this has been a success in this pilot project, and I'm happy to support the third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Appreciate that. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank Thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. What I won't support is a bunch of lights on quads and dirt bikes in the bush, and a bunch of rules and regulations all the time when people want to just enjoy themselves and have a little fun and be without all this democracy and in light of just enjoyment. So I'll support the motion as it stands, but I did want to say some of the things that we try to impose. Makes it hard for others to enjoy themselves. So I'll support the motions with my comments there. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mayor. I just made a few notes about my thoughts about the outdoors here, and outdoor recreation reflects our residents, and off-highway vehicle use is part of how many residents experience the land, whether for recreation, access, or lifestyle. Outdoor access is a major part of why people live here, and it also aligns with our thoughts about economic diversification and tourism for the future. If there's ever been a community where this makes sense, this is it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. And just in closing, I will be supporting this, obviously, but I have to say it was a long way getting here, and I want to thank Jason and his crew, as well as our administration, RCMP, bylaw, Public Works, legal, all working together to get to this point. The first time it came forward, it was defeated, and I want to thank actually former Councillor Ken Ball, whose idea kind of was like maybe it's a pilot project we go with. So he's not here right now, but 9 times out of 10, he's actually online watching our meetings. So I assume he probably is watching. So thanks to Ken for that, but I'll be fully supporting this. With that, I'll call for a vote. And I really never thought I heard Jason Mills and the voice of reason be in the same sentence. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next on to a report on Animal Welfare Advisory Committee update. I'd like to invite Regional Emergency Services to introduce a report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. For the record, my name is Aaron Anderson, and I support bylaw services. Today, I'm here to provide an update on the proposed Animal Welfare Advisory Committee and present the draft terms of reference for your consideration. Our goal is to outline the proposed structure of the committee, clarify its scope, and share findings from some benchmarking across the province. The Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo has a strong commitment to ensuring the health, safety, and humane treatment of all domestic and companion animals. On February 24th, 2026, Council directed administration to begin establishing an Animal Welfare Advisory Committee and report back by April 2026 with an update on our progress. While we have a regulatory foundation, through the Responsible Pet Ownership Bylaw and the Animal Protection Act, there's a recognized want for dedicated advisory body. This committee will help with guidance on modern welfare standards, sheltering, and municipal animal programs to support community-informed decision-making. As part of our research, review of other Alberta municipalities indicates that creating a permanent council-appointed committee is a unique approach. Most municipalities such as Calgary, Edmonton, and Red Deer typically address animal welfare through internal departments, temporary task forces, or partnerships with humane societies. Establishing a council-appointed committee in Wood Buffalo would create a formal, direct pathway for veterinarians, rescue organizations, residents, and enforcement professionals to provide recommendations to a council. This ensures that recommendations are informed, practical, and of course, community-driven. The proposed Animal Welfare Advisory Committee will function strictly as a strategic and advisory body. Its mandate includes aligning our municipal programs with the Animal Protection Act, promoting responsible pet ownership, and offering a formal forum for community partners to advise on service delivery issues like spay and neuter initiatives and rural animal control. It's important to clarify that the committee will not be involved with operational enforcement. The mandate does not include reviewing, hearing, or overturning individual enforcement decisions. A formal process already exists for residents wishing to appeal enforcement actions. Under the current responsible pet ownership bylaw, any appeals regarding enforcement decisions, such as animal licensing or declaration of vicious animal, are handled by the Community Standards Appeal Committee. Because this dedicated legal avenue is already established, reviewing enforcement appeals has not been added to the committee's mandate. The draft terms of reference proposes a 7-member committee. This includes 2 members of council, specifically 1 urban and 1 rural representative. We're seeking 1 registered veterinarian and 2 different representatives from recognized animal rescues. 2 public at large members, and we will aim to have a balance of urban and rural representation. Administration completed preliminary outreach known to local veterinary practices, recognized animal rescues, specialized animal societies, and boarding facilities to gauge interest. Response has been positive. Majority of those contacted have already confirmed their interest in participating. When it comes to the strategic alignment, the committee will support the municipality by engaging community-based experts, including veterinarians, animal rescue representatives, residents, and enforcement officers by embedding rural representation to its core structure. The committee will help us strengthen relationships with rural and indigenous communities, effectively address animal welfare challenges across both rural and urban landscapes. Today, we bring forward 2 recommendations: that the Animal Advisory Committee update and draft terms of reference be accepted as information, and that the administration bring forward the committee's bylaw amendment to formally establish the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee with a date agreed upon by council. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Aaron. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, one suggestion I have as to the composition of the membership is that the chair of the SPCA be invited to be a member of the committee, or someone that person appoints from the SPCA. Just they have such knowledge and involvement. I think they'd be a key stakeholder we'd want on the committee. So that's just feedback to take to the team.
Thank you. Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Does council have any other questions? Councillor Boussier, Moana?
Just further to what Councillor Scott was saying, is that as one of the members? He's talking like to specifically, I know like ACOA,
Yeah, so I
St.
think,
Aidan's
yeah,
has a spot.
Once the motion's made, we can probably look at amending the membership content.
I'm asking if that's what he's at, is specifically saying to change it so it's a specific.
Yeah, administration can consider that, and if it's a member that they would suggest, then I'd support that. But I think a member would be a good idea.
But not, you don't mean specifically, are we allowed to do this now?
Well, right now we're just asking questions of administration.
Debate.
I screw this up all the time. Never
No,
mind.
it's fine. No, it's good to have a conversation. But once the motion's on the floor, if Councillor Scott wanted to amend it or you wanted, then we could do it then. But right now, just questions for Mr. Anderson.
Through the chair, I can add a comment.
Sure. Yeah.
We work closely with the SPCA. They've allowed me to kind of say that they are interested in the committee already and prepared to kind of go through the process. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Aaron. Do we have any other questions for the administration? Councillor Cardinal?
I guess in the mandate, are the committee, whatever research, alignment, recommendations, all that stuff. Were we gonna have in heavy visits to the rural communities from them?
Through the chair to the question, so there's going to be, we're hoping to have rural representation, either, so the part of the membership, there's an urban and rural counselor, as well as we added.
Shoot, I didn't even see that, sorry.
No worries. And we added, we're hoping the public at large members, there's someone from rural, and hopefully we get some rural representation as well. If it means some visits to kind of meet in the middle for travel reasons or anything like that, yeah, we can make some visits out to the community if that's what you're asking.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Thanks, Aaron.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. Any other questions for administration? I'm not seeing any. Councillor Brandt, would you like to make this motion? Thanks, Aaron.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, Councillor Brandt, move that the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee update and draft terms of reference be accepted as information, and that administration bring forward an amendment to the committee's bylaw number 17/024 to establish the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Brandt. Thank you, Councillor Weigel, for the second. Does Council have any debate, discussion, or comments? Councillor Cardinal.
No, I thanks, Mayor. Thanks for the motion, Ty, and thanks for everybody that was involved to make this happen. Thanks to the bylaw and the steps moving forward. And it's good to see that we actually going to have some support from the community and the committee, and hopefully we could put a stranglehold on some of the animals that are unaccounted for, as well as keep the community safe, and hopefully fill the positions for all the rural communities for the bylaw, and just tackle this in a good way, and appreciate all the work being done. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Cardinal. We'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have the report on rural recreation and community spaces. I'd like to invite community services to introduce the report, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director for Community Services. I am presenting an update on the rural recreation and community spaces, including a project status update for 3 projects. The 2015 Wood Buffalo Regional Indoor Recreation and Community Facilities Master Plan states that community halls are typically the social focal point for the community and serve a broad range of social needs, including community events and recreation programming. This master plan provided an inventory of the recreation infrastructure in the region at that time and identified the gaps for indoor recreation facilities. Community Services used this plan and the 2023 Cultural Infrastructure Needs Assessment to analyze the gaps that still remain. There are 3 approved capital projects that can move the municipality toward closing these gaps, with $5,375,000 already approved and $6,425,000 included in the 2027 capital plan. The 2015 master plan and 2023 needs assessment identified several community space needs with significant municipal investments for indoor spaces in Conklin, Fort Chipewyan, and Fort McKay. The analysis has identified that 3 communities have recreation infrastructure gaps that remain. They are Draper, Janvier, and Sapre Creek. There is also a feasibility study underway for the Mamaway Hall in Fort Chipewyan to ensure that the community's recreation needs are appropriately met. The next 3 slides identify the current demographics in these 3 communities, the approved capital projects meant to fill these gaps, along with the next steps being taken by administration to progress these projects. Should have numbered my pages. So first we have Draper. I will note that these demographics are from Anzac, not from Draper. So I'll just give that update. Draper has the population of 137 individuals with growth of 3.8 from 2021. Children and youth make up 29.4% of Draper's population, and adults and seniors 70.6%. 6% of the residents of Draper have identified as living with a disability. The purpose of identifying these population cohorts is to highlight that we are striving to ensure these spaces meet the individual needs of each community. The active capital project is approved for $300,000 for the design of a gathering space in Draper. The statement of work is in progress and is expected to go to market by the end of the 3rd quarter. The 2015 master plan identified that the residents of Draper were seeking an outdoor gathering space. There will be community engagement in Draper to learn whether the statement remains true today and to gather input for the needs for space. Once the design is near completion, administration will present the construction costs to council for consideration. Next, we have Janvier. The municipal census from 2025 shows that the population in Janvier has grown significantly since 2021. In February 2026, council approved $2 million for the design of the Janvier Community Space Project, and the statement of work for this project is also underway. Administration will present the cost of construction to council for consideration when it becomes available. Next, we have Sapre Creek. The Sapre Creek Community Hall was estimated to cost $9.5 million, with $3,075,000 already approved and $6,425,000 included in the 2027 capital plan. This project was placed on hold as administration worked with the groups in the community to determine if their needs could be met within the existing recreation infrastructure in that community, which namely is Vista Ridge. While that facility can offer some space and services, it has been determined that a separate space is required. The tender drawings are currently under review and an updated cost estimate is underway. Once received, administration will assess next steps, returning to council if required. While administration progresses these capital projects as noted, other actions include listing the Community Services Department as project sponsor for these capital projects. The Community Partnerships and Initiatives Branch administers the municipal facility operating agreements and grants, which are the agreements between the rmwb and the community-based organizations that operate most indoor recreation facilities across the region. We will be working closely with Indigenous and rural relations to build upon existing relationships to explore the most appropriate operating model for these new community spaces. And we will also work with the Project Delivery and Facility Services Department and Corporate Services Department to present project updates, capital budget requests, or amendments as required. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Weigel.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I guess a couple questions through this. I guess just to be honest, why are we engaging Draper on a community space? Going back to lessons learned with Sapre, design happened in 2016, and we've engaged them to death. 50% wanted it, 50% didn't. And so we kept on going back, wondering, what are we going to do? And now we're 10 years down the road and haven't done anything. I don't think, like, I guess I just don't think anybody doesn't want a green space. And if they don't, it was kind of the conversation I had in Sapri. Like, if you didn't want a community hall, don't go. Like, it doesn't affect you. But the people that want it, and we want to move forward. And every community should have a gathering space to be able to go through. In Draper, there's absolutely no municipal assets. We have nowhere to go. There's no place to gather. And so I don't know what we're engaging there to further. All I see is us pushing it down the road. And the only reason I see that is because that's what we've done with Sapri Creek. And so I guess that's my first question. My second question is, are we breaking ground with Sapri Creek this year? Like, can we commit to that? Or, because what I heard was we're looking at the drawings and we're going to come back. And I don't know. That's a nightmare conversation.
Through the chair to the first question about the engagement in Draper. The engagement is meant to confirm that they still want an outdoor gathering space. We have been, as you're aware, with the Draper Bio program, that there is different spaces available now and maybe an option for an indoor space. So we just want to validate what we heard all those years ago and make sure that we are meeting the needs of the community today. So it's just re-engaging, not to stall it out, but just to make sure we're building what they want.
So you're looking at trying to figure out what to put in this space or whether to do it?
What to put in it.
What if they want a dog park and a spray park and a...
Through the chair, the engagement will identify what they feel they need today.
I don't know. Okay. To me, it just, we would never approve those kind of things. Like, I guess that's what I'm getting to. Like, we talked about a dog park in Abisan, and we talked about spray parks everywhere. To me, it's a green space. It's a gathering space. I don't know what amenities that we would be looking to put in there, but just a green space to go. Again, my worry, we'll take this as information, but I guess my worry is that we're not moving on this. And 10 years of Sapri of a community hall makes me feel the same way. But thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, if engagement is not preferred, we can take that direction if council would so like to say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not all of council. I'm just one councillor. Mm-hmm. But for me, we're engaged. Like, I feel like we engage Draper every year. We've gone through, we've talked to them. The conversation's there. And so if another councillor heard something different, or, my colleagues feel something entirely different, but to me, a green space is a green space. We can build on it. We can build a park later if that's a need be, but let's get a gazebo up. Let's get a indoor gathering space that we've got together, and let's just do it. Like, it's, if somebody doesn't like the way that it's painted, we can look at it in 15 years when it needs to be repainted. But to me, we just got to get going. Oh, and sorry, can we talk about Sapri?
The next question, I'm going to defer that more construction-based question over to Director White.
To the chair of the question, we have a set of tender drawings for Sapri Creek. So we, as administration, are moving forward with advancing that project. What we need to do is validate the design to make sure that we are aligned with the current building codes and the current standards that we have within the municipality. So once we have that completed, then we'll be able to take it to tender and hire a contractor and start building. The issue that you raise is, can we get shovels in the ground this year? I'd love to say that we can. I don't think that the timelines will allow that. Because by the time we finish our exercise of validating the design, then tendering it, we'll be hiring a contractor very late in the year this year. And typically you'd want to start your foundations and things when the ground is unfrozen. So you'd want to start sort of early spring, mid-spring next year. So that's kind of where we're looking at if the project is to move forward as we talk here today. We're still validating the cost. That's one of the big things we're looking at is we set a budget years ago, I'll say. And so cost of living goes up, cost of construction goes up. So we're validating our cost. We'll be bringing forward a cost estimate to council to ensure it aligns with the budget. And yeah.
What date do you see this completed? What year?
Give me 1 second here. 2029.
Just seems, and again, my uneducated, and I'm not, this isn't against you, this is just against the process.
Sure.
You know, we've talked about it. I remember when we were at engagement, they wanted to raise the walls and the ceilings, and they were told they couldn't do it because it was going to put it off 2 more years because we had to go back to design and it was going to cost another $100,000. And administration at that point said it was a bad idea because it was going to put this out. And now we got to go back and we got to justify the drawings anyway. And go through like it, you know, that's 3 years from now to put up a community hall. I know we did Fort McKay faster, and you know, and we did it. Then we know that the cost isn't going to be $9 million. Fort McKay cost 16, and the original cost I think of this community hall was 6. And so it's been 10 years. It's going to be 13 years to build a community hall in the largest population outside of Fort McMurray urban. If this is where we're at, this is where we're at. But to me, we've got to move forward. All I keep on hearing is the next steps, next steps. We've been hearing it for 5 years. I'm going to push this now, and because I don't want to be like I've been nice and now I got to be the bad guy. But it's just unbelievable that we're still at this point. And so we've got to go forward with this. And I don't know what we need to do, but can we just at some point make it a priority? Thanks.
Can I speak to the schedule? It typically would take 5 years to build a community hall. So we have 1.5 years, 2 years complete of the design, planning and all that done. So saying that it would be 2027, 2028, early 2029 aligns with what we're seeing with other community halls, other facilities.
No, I took it off. Sorry. My apologies. I don't know if I want to go down this road right now, but It was kind of said, I've seen homes built in a year. I know businesses go up in 2. Why does it take 5 to build a community hall?
So we would get shovels in the ground in 2027. 2 years later in 2029, we would have it open.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Thank you, Director White. Kyle Van de Castian.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to kind of be heading down a similar road here as Councillor Weigel. We've got, for the Janvier community space, we've got scope of work in progress tendered by end of Q3. Is that we're tendering out to get a drawing or design, or we're tendering out to get a construction cost?
Through the chair to the question, right now we have a conceptual. So the Charmady Nation put together a conceptual with their consultant. The use of that building was, or the design of the concept was based on sort of their needs and what they were expecting out of the hall that they were going to build. So what we need to do is we need to hire a consultant. That consultant then needs to develop a design, and from that design we would then tender and build it. So again, it's a similar process as we saw in Fort McKay. What we will see similar to Sapri Creek. It's typically a 5-year schedule to develop a facility of that size.
So this is, what are we at, 7 months to get a bid out for someone to design the thing? Like it's 7 months for us to ask someone to design it. Like I'm finding a bit of a disconnect there where it takes that long for us. I mean, we have a procurement department. First part of procurement is procure. And it seems we're not doing that. Like I can't rationalize 5 years to build a box. Like what Councillor Weigel had said, a year to put up a home. I've seen feed studies and a SAGD plant go up in less time than 5 years as it takes to put a community all together. Can we do better? I mean, we're a decade behind with Janvier, and sounds like we're a decade behind with Sapre and Draper. And now, by the time it's done, let's round it up and call it 20. I mean, we can accept it for information, but I'm going to say it's unacceptable information. We need to be able to get this out to tender. I would have expected a tender out to get the design by now, with it coming back in a few months and construction costs shortly after. I'm sorry, I'm failing to rationalize how it can take 5 years to do this and why it's taking so long.
So based on the records that we have and based on the buildings that we've done in the past, it takes typically 2 to 3 years to design. So that's your preliminary design, your design. Then it takes typically 2 to 3 years to construct. So whether that's a twin arena, a facility in Conklin for the multiplex, Anzac, that's our track record. I would argue that other municipalities are seeing similar timelines. A lot of times we don't see the early workings of these projects. We typically see, well, we're seeing a building go up, it's a couple of years and we have it open. This is the timelines that I'm working with. I would love to have shovel in the ground in Sapre Creek tomorrow, but unfortunately that's not available to me.
Can we lean on some of the buildings we've already built, like the Fort McKay Center, to, take design portions of that and do this faster? Or are we subjecting ourselves to an extended RFP process that perhaps we don't need?
Through the chair to the question, I understand where you're going. Could you copy another design? And that's possible. I wouldn't recommend building Fort McKay. I wouldn't repeat that design, to be honest. And so the design we have in Sapre Creek, for example, is I don't want to use the word tailored, but I will. It's tailored to the community engagement that we have done. And so the design is there. It's just now validating that, making sure we're aligned and we can move forward.
Okay, I'm not going to beat it to death, but I just think we need to do better. It can't take 5 years we're building a box with some rooms in it, and making it a little bit aesthetically pleasing to the community. There's got to be a better way to move this along, because as we've all figured out, costs just keep going up. And if it takes 5 years, we say Sapre, we went from 3 million to 9.5, and we'll probably finish out over that. So I just think we can do better.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. A couple comments that I'll save for a debate. My one question is, looking at the 2015 report, we see that Janvier has an increase of 197%, making it the fastest growing from these numbers. The only reason we're talking about the Janvier building is because Councillor Van de Castian put it on the agenda. One was administration planning on bringing forward this community center, as it's dated in here, that it's needed and it's the most growing community.
Through the chair to the question, I don't have an answer for that. It wasn't, I know that the master plan did include it, but we hadn't been referring to that document for a while. So I would say until one of the communities or asset management maybe would have identified it, it wasn't on my radar.
That's fair. I'll save my frustrations for debate. Thank you, Tony.
I could provide some commentary to your question to maybe help appease something. I've been involved with this municipality at some capacity on capital projects for more than a decade. We watched the community burn 10 years ago. We went through a boom. We are trying to build a, I don't know, $250 million flood mitigation program, $250 million, maybe $300 million RWSS program. So the community hall conversation, I think, was always there, sitting there, and we had other priorities. And when you add to that conversation about a $50 million facility in Conklin, and the conversations about, what was that? How do I explain that? That was a very difficult pill to swallow for us as an organization. So then to turn around and say, okay, now we're going to invest another, let's say $15 million, $20 million into more facilities. We really have to be careful. And I'm not providing this for debate on community halls, because that's not really for this comment. We have to be careful on how we spend our money. And if we go in and just build, 5 community halls like that, it really stresses the organization. So I know what you're asking. Would we have brought it forward? I'm not 100% sure, and as Tony said, we don't know. But just remember that we went through a lot in the last decade. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Vardy, and thanks, Director White. Councillor Boussier, Luana.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks for the presentation, Tony. I'm just wondering, in all of the stats you showed, the breakdown for the disability, persons with disabilities, in that breakdown, do you have the data that shows specific disabilities that may need to pay particular attention to, and like more unique disabilities versus like wheelchair accessible, like somebody who's maybe blind or needs Braille? Like, do you have that data?
Through the chair, this data was based specifically on the municipal census and prepared. I will lean on Director Owens. I don't know if we get that level of detail in our census data, the types of disabilities people have identified.
Per community, I was looking at, Amanda. Do you have that? Now it's off.
Through the chair to the question, it's pretty broad level. It doesn't get into the granular detail.
Okay. So in your engagements, though, that would be something you could maybe target?
Through the chair, that's correct. And it would probably be a part of the design as well.
Okay.
A better understanding.
And the public engagement with Draper, is that your team that does that?
Through the chair, no, that would be strategic communications.
Okay, so I don't know who can answer me then. Like it says, public engagement with the community of Draper by the end of Q3 2026. So hosting an engagement with the small community. Who's going to answer me from Mr. Matthew, right? Yeah. Sorry, Matthew. And this is not to thump anybody, but are we that strapped, we being you guys, that strapped with capacity that it would take possibly to the end of September to get an engagement in? And if we are, we are. That's what I'm asking, though.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. Again, Matthew Harrison, Chief of Staff, just for the record. Actually, from what I understand from the team, we're looking at doing an engagement in June. And to Councillor Weigel's earlier question, from what I understand, the engagement would be focused on looking at when we engaged you previously, you wanted an outdoor open space. Now we have the opportunity for a enclosed shop-like area that could be turned into a community center. Do you have a preference for one or the other? Maybe both? That kind of validation piece. And the idea would be to roll that out in June. It would be a short period of validation. The validation engagement, it's obviously specific to that community, so it is very focused, and it shouldn't be a lengthy process.
So, in your experience with community engagement, what's the kind of general finding in terms of where where a community lands? Is there an average of, you know what, it's usually split? Like, is there anything for data that says this is kind of what it shows?
Through the chair to Councillor Luana-Bousset, that's kind of the million-dollar question, really, because it varies from community to community, and it varies from topic to topic. So depending on what you're discussing, you could have a very divided community, or on other topics, it could be very, very much aligned. So it really does depend. I couldn't really speculate on Draper with the outdoor space or an indoor space. I'm not sure where that would go, but certainly by at least being in the community and having those engagements and those one-on-one conversations, we could definitely collect some data so we'd have more information and more understanding of where the community lies on that topic.
But we already did one, right? Like one was already done with them?
Through the chair to Councillor Lumana, yes, I believe. I don't know how recent it was, though, when Councillor Wago may have more information on that.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is a CAO thing, but I agree with my colleagues. And like at some point, it needs to stop, and we need to move forward. And we need to stop putting it on you guys, because every time we do that, you guys are coming back with a change, a budget change for all of these things. And of course you are, because we're 5 years down the road. It's going to cost more. So I think maybe that's something we can discuss with CAO. Just needed to check my memory. Elliot, again, when we were upstairs and you were talking, you showed us some pictures of a big, I don't know, barn or building or whatever. Did we not agree that's like what was going to come forward for the hall, like the space?
To the question. So I just want to clarify. So we went to do an original engagement. Yeah, we want a community gathering space, outdoor space. The conversation or the game changed when we were involved in the voluntary buyout, and we saved what we call a shop. It's a large, very, very large garage with, an entire kitchen in the back.
Yeah.
So that's why this whole conversation has changed a little bit. It's not that we're necessarily saying, well, do you guys still want a community gathering space? It's, do you want the outdoor? Do you want the indoor? So yes, there is a shop that is located in Draper that we own that could be converted into a community space if desired.
And there was an opportunity for some outside space there as well, right?
So maybe even Director Owens can probably speak to that as well, because she was involved in that space.
Okay.
When that came forward.
Through the chair to the question or conversation, we've been through planning and development, not to complicate things any further, but to some of the comments that have been made already about previous conversations that have happened with residents in Draper. There have been multiple conversations about these, the concept of an outdoor gathering space. And we are in the final draft phase of the Draper area structure plan is complete. And as part of that process, planning and development did confirm with the community, and it is included in the draft area structure plan that the preference is an outdoor community gathering space, and it's in the draft policy. To add to that, though, to Elliot's comment about the possibility of that outdoor structure, that came up after the engagements with the community. So there have been some changes in the context of what's possible in Draper, but it was loud and clear that an outdoor gathering space was something that the community definitely wants.
So the inside one would be a bonus, right? Like no one's probably going to turn that down. So, okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Bousset. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, just a quick question. I guess I'll put it to Matthew or the CAO, whoever wants to take it. The public will was expressed in the most powerful form of engagement you can have. We just had an election in October, and your elected representatives are right around this table. That's a pretty powerful engagement session that took place. And, well, I would start with that. Do you agree?
Through the chair to Councillor Scott. Yes.
Okay. So I would say the will of the people is sitting around this table as far as an engagement goes. And whether it's Draper or Anzac or other regions, you have the representatives of those regions right here as far as the will of what should move forward. Do you agree?
Through the chair to Councillor Scott. I feel I should agree at this point since I agreed to the last question.
Well done. I would just express that more for the CIO. Yeah, I really believe. Sorry, I'll save that part for debate.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the Rural Recreation and Community Spaces report be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Brandt, for second. Council, any debate, discussion, or comments? June. Feel like when the price is right. Councillor Vardy, come on down.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My comment is about priorities and the timelines specifically around John VA. I'm looking at our list here, and Twin Arenas, the budget was approved in 2023, and we are anticipated to have construction done in 26. That's 3 years. That's design, that's construction, that's budget, everything within here. And so if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, so with that specific project, I believe it was already pre-designed years before. All we did is mothballed it off because Councillor Ball actually was involved in it, and he brought the motion forward, and he actually dusted it off, and to my recollection, it was already designed. So I think that was
I can't be wrong.
You're not wrong.
Come
it still did
on.
happen like that.
It did, yeah, but I mean,
there's a reason why it was
no,
faster. It
that's
was already
fair.
pre-designed.
All right. Well, I retract my point. Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
We're sorry. But you're right. There's wills, there's a way. That is true. That's the saying. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. Same thought pattern as Councillor Vardy is. There's got to be a will. There's a way. We know we're a decade behind. And I am not a construction person, and I hate beating up on Elliott over timelines, but 5 years and then 7 months just to get a tender out. So you can damn near make a baby before we get a tender out to ask someone to draw a picture for us to then send another tender out to ask how much it costs to build said picture. Wrong train of thought, but I mean, we've got to find a better way, and since we've had and admittedly, and I'm not going to point fault here, we didn't look at our own master plan. That at some point we also probably paid somebody a significant amount of money to make. I said it before, I think, we're going to accept this as information, but CAO, I think it's unacceptable information. This is not the first time we've seen our tenders and our procurement be poor. We need to do better, and we need to do better for our communities, and especially this one that has been pushed to the side and neglected for 20 years if we put the timeline to 5 years. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Councillor Van Castian. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've thought about this. I'm actually not going to. I'm not going to accept this as information. I'm going to be voting no on this. As we heard and as we've gone before, I feel like we kind of played this ASP every time I bring up something about Draper, and I ask where we're at. I get told that we've engaged Draper lots. This is why we're going forward with Draper and making decisions. And now I feel like the opposite has come back, and we need to re-engage Draper for a green space that's in the, it was such an overwhelming spot that it was in the ASP, and we're moving forward with it. I think that the indoor space, I think it's a great place for the next engagement to talk about what we want in the indoor space. But for me, the green space was always it was on the books. And so for me, we can't keep on pushing things down the line. And to me, this is an easy win for Draper, which in my opinion, and I'll just take, because we're in debate, gets the short end of the stick lots. Like we're not, still don't have services. We still have lots of issues. We've gone down the line. And so a green space isn't a huge thing to ask for. And I think it's one big win for Draper. As for Sapri Creek, Jen stole a bit of my thunder, but into that same conversation, we also have a plan and design for the Sapri Creek. So it is exactly the same. I don't know what we had to do with the design that was 5 years old for the Twin Arena, but to me, it's the same thing. And so I think administration will be hearing a notice of motion at the next meeting to try to move this timeline up. And so I will not be accepting this as information.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Scott.
Yeah, I would just reinforce, as articulated by Matthew so eloquently, an election is the ultimate form of engagement. It just happened 6 months ago, so you can only have so much engagement. And by the time this thing is built, we'll have another election. And people will have a different vision, perhaps, of the community by then. So we have to make decisions. We can't just be in this constant static situation. I understand that there's other priorities, but at some point, we can't have things linger forever. I would just say it that way. And I would encourage people to actually vote against it. We don't have to accept everything as information if we disagree with it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Allen?
Yeah, perhaps I could just bring a little bit of another perspective. 2014, Council approved the facility up in Abrams Landing for a Twin Arenas, but it was also going to be at that point, I believe there was a pool involved and some other facilities. And I was invited as the MLA to come and participate in the groundbreaking in September of that year. And that was later shelved, and which is why, and then it was downscaled just to have the Twin Arenas, just because of ice time. And yes, that's why everything was basically ready to go. I would suggest that this is pretty standard and typical for municipal timeframes. In 2012, I was appointed to get Highway 63 twinned and get it fast. My very first meeting, I spoke with my head engineer and said, how long is this going to take? And he said, 3 years, assuming that all the planets are aligned. And I said, well, okay, well, we'll under-promise and over-deliver. I suggested 4 years and then delivered in 3. But that was already designed. These things take time. They take a lot of time, especially when you're dealing with the government bureaucracy. And I would suggest that this is just a report to council. I am going to accept it as information. I'm going to suggest that we wait for the capital to come forward, and when the capital comes forward, then we debate the capital as to whether it's appropriate or not. But I've also seen many times where we've given approvals on something, and then we've had a change in representatives, or we've had a change in council, and that particular council has killed what was done in the last council. So we have another motion coming up here shortly that could be some differences in opinion as to what was approved last year. So I'm just going to suggest that please be patient. Our administration is working diligently. We've heard many different things with Draper. We've heard many different things with Sapri. I'm disappointed that we haven't had something happen in Sapri as well. But we do have other facilities there as well. So I am going to support this as information, and I look forward to seeing council's capital requests come forward.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Council, have any other discussion debate points? Not seeing any, I'll call for a vote. And that is defeated with 8 against. Thanks, Tony. Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have the report on Alberta multi-sport games bid update. I'd like to invite community services to remain seated. So actually, you know what? Let's take a 10-minute break. Give everyone a break. We'll be back at 9 p.m. welcome back, everyone. And just if council is okay, if there's no objection, we want to, since the meeting is going to be going pretty late here tonight, councilor's motion 11.1. Just if council has no objections to waiving the requirements of section 46, we'll put that onto the next meeting's agenda. No objections? Okay. Back to item 10.6. Whenever you guys are ready, Tony.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Tony Elliott, Director of Community Services, and with me is Tara Brenneis, Supervisor with Community Partnerships and Initiatives Branch. We are here this evening to give a brief update on the opportunities the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo has for the future Alberta Games hosting. In June 2025, Council approved the submission of a bid to host the 2028 Alberta Summer Games and made a financial commitment of up to $3 million. Then, in September 2025, $4,165,500 was approved for upgrades to infrastructure to support those games, along with the 2027 Alberta 55+ Summer Games, which we were awarded earlier in 2025. Administration has become aware of the opportunity to host the 2028 Alberta Winter Games and the 2030 Alberta Summer Games, which is being presented to you for your consideration. To host these multi-sport events, we are projecting hosting costs of $4.8 million and $3.8 million respectively, requiring an additional financial commitment of $5.6 million. Administration recommends that we proceed with the current bid plan for the 2028 Alberta Summer Games and to not seek the opportunity for the 2028 Winter and 2030 Summer Games. Along with the additional financial commitment required, key considerations supporting this recommendation include community resource exhaustion, such as volunteers, sponsorship, logistics from hosting several multi-sport events in a relatively short period. Short timeframes between major events accelerates life cycle wear of sport infrastructure. And it could mean that local user groups will have limited access to sport facilities over multiple seasons, affecting local athlete development. And specifically for the 2028 Winter Games, there's also limited access to accommodations through local schools, as the events are held in February while schools are in session. This concludes my presentation. We are available for questions.
Thank you, Tony. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Cardinal?
Did I hear you correctly where you said that you were recommending that we don't have the games?
Through the chair, the recommendation is that we continue with the bid plan as approved by council last June for the 28 Summer Games and to not proceed to seek the opportunities for the 28 Winter and 2030 Summer. Status quo, to make it simple.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. Councilor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So, Tony, the last games we had, I can't remember which ones they were. It was an extreme taxing on the staff. You were basically forced to volunteer. We paid overtime or whatever. And we have the 2027 55+ games coming up this summer. And then a year later, 2028 Alberta Summer Games potentially. What has changed that gives you confidence that we will be able to meet the requirements volunteer-wise of the games? What's different?
Through the chair, to be honest, there is concern about all of those factors, sponsorship, volunteers, some just community exhaustion over hosting even those two games back to back. but we have submitted the bid per council's direction last June. I don't know if Tara would like to add on to that.
Just to be clear, the bid was submitted based on last council, not this current council. And as Councillor Scott points out, the citizens chose us to sit here, so it's our decision today. So it might be different. And through budget, pretty much every director cited capacity concerns with just meeting existing demands. We just sat through a very lengthy conversation about only a few projects. How do you foresee, you can only speak for your department, that you can handle these capacity needs, because you were a department that also didn't get any more staff? And I know this falls heavily on your team, also falls on pretty much every other department, but it's heavily on your team, and you got no other staff. You were one of a few departments that didn't. So how is it that you see a path forward navigating already existing capacity challenges and taking on 27 and 28 now?
Through the chair, based on the direction from council last summer, the bid was submitted. If we were successful in getting those games, honestly, we would have to prioritize internally to make these games successful, likely with other tasks that and other services falling by the wayside as we do make it successful. Yeah.
Something takes a hit.
Yes.
And am I correct? We were initially declined the 2028 Alberta Summer Games, correct? Were we declined those? Was there an answer?
There is no answer right now.
Oh, yeah. So we don't even know if we got them. Okay, one last question, might be for you, Tara. The sport master plan, did you have anything to do with undertaking of the sport master plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, no, it was already created.
Okay.
So we worked with Wood Buffalo Sport Connection was born out of that sport master plan. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what it speaks to in terms of best practice around multi-sport games?
It suggests 1 to 5 years, one multi-sport game.
One multi-sport? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and if I may add, this 2027 Alberta 55 plus provincial games is much different multi-sport games than the summer or the winter. They're adults, they have their own accommodation, they're responsible for their suppers, versus games with youth where we are housing them, they're coming with their parents, etc. So there is less on the provincial 55. Not saying there's not a lot of work, but it is very different.
The 2027 55 plus games are being very heavily lifted by community and volunteer positions.
Yes.
Because that's how it's been set up, I know. So to your point, Tara, about games, would you agree that single sport games are a better investment for the community because our multi-sport games require us, exactly what you said, require us to put the kid athletes up, require us to feed them, and because of that, less parents come because the kids are taken care of, whereas the single sport games, parents come because they have to stay with their kids and pay for hotels and food and stuff, that those are the better economic value and better community engagement with other nonprofit and sport organizations?
That's a great question. While I see single sport as important, I do see the value in multi-sport. Mac Islands hosted the provincials and nationals for years for baseball. I think that's great. I think if all of our single sports were to grow and we could grow those in our community, then we would be stronger and our facilities would be utilized.
Yeah. Okay, I'll save my other stuff for debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. I just have a question for administration and probably the CEO. For the CEO, you've been involved in sport probably your entire life. Is this your recommendation that's coming from administration as well?
Yeah, through the chair to the question, I think, multi-sport games on a couple fronts, especially summer, I think in this region start to really showcase what we're all about. And when you start to take into consideration all the great infrastructure that we have to be a showpiece for others to visiting our community, it starts to become a bit of an attraction and retention tool to garner maybe people that want to relocate to Fort McMurray. And that's coming off the heels of a census that is showing our population to growing. I think these are real opportunities to really showcase our region. And that's why I've always been a supporter of multi-games. And I think it's bringing those families to community. We all travel out of this community for sport a lot. And I can talk to a good many people or residents that would say we garner the opportunity to be able to have that at home. And I think that's why I would support a multi-games here in Fort McMurray.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. With these games, there's a capital infrastructure requirement for this, correct?
Through the chair, yes. The council approved just over $4 million last September to upgrade the facilities required both for the 2027 games and the projected 2028 summer games.
Has that work been Has that work been started?
Through the chair, well, it's not started yet because it's still winter, but it's in progress.
It's in progress, and we're going to make 2028?
Through the chair, yes, we will.
Okay. Leaning into some of Luana's questions, with capacity, and obviously something might suffer if we're having to put more effort into these games.
We would work to minimize any impact to community, the services that the community feels, and we would work with our CAO and perhaps even with council come budget time to maybe bolster our staffing complement to make sure things like this are a success and all the other tasks and programs are also successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we did the bid for this, where was, and maybe this hasn't been thought out yet, but where did we propose to house the athletes?
Through the chair, the housing accommodations is preferred for the youth games to be held in the schools.
Okay, and so is that our plan?
Through
As, obviously, we need approvals and all that, but that our plan would be to keep them in town?
Yeah, correct.
And to have everybody local inside here? Because I know that's a big factor when it comes to businesses, is that we've done it both ways, and the business impact by keeping everybody out of town has a massively negative impact, where having everybody in town has a positive impact. And so I just want to make sure that the proposal and if we're bidding this, is that we're trying to give a positive impact to the economic, footprint here.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Weigel, the bid package does include that we'll be utilizing the schools.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Bussier, Lance.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation, Tony. What else is happening in the community in 2028?
I'm drawing a little bit of a blank. I do know that there's baseball cup is coming again that summer in 2028. That's the one thing that comes to my mind right off.
And what's the timing compared to the 2028 games we're bidding on?
The baseball cup is usually in August.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Boussier's, we work with the Baseball Association and MacDonald Island to make sure there's no scheduling conflicts or impacts to either sports.
So we have one baseball in 2028 for sure?
It's August, and
Okay.
these games would be July 20th to the 23rd.
July 20th, 23rd?
Mhm.
Okay. Just, I guess, piggybacking on Luana's question. So the last games, staff were, I guess, forced into, and that cost, we paid overtime?
Through the chair, I think the reference is to the 2023 Arctic Games. And that was a little bit of an anomaly in itself because it was originally planned for 2022. It was a kind of a victim of COVID in that way, that it kind of got postponed. The community capacity probably still hadn't been built up again. But yes, we did. We were highly recommended to, as staff, to volunteer to help make sure that games were a success.
But paid though.
Through the chair,
So it's
yes.
not really volunteering then. Okay.
Well, to step away from the workplace, and yes.
Okay. If we're successful on this bid and it's passed tonight to proceed, the money, if there's a need for overtime, where does that end up? Where do we put that? Do we put it down as a cost of games, or we just hide it in wages and salaries? And
Through the chair, I'm not sure. It may just be a general operating expense that we just bear
what did we do?
as our own departments.
So how did we handle the last time? Do you remember?
Yeah, I believe it was.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I believe it was through our own operating budgets. The wages.
It was what? Sorry, there.
Out of our operating budgets, the wages, the overtime came out of.
Okay. That's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. How long are these games? Like our winter games, we were here. The last one, that was over a week long. But these summer games.
Yeah, 3 days.
3 days, so it's a huge difference.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure the difference of those two kind of games. Councilor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Did you say the schools are supporting this and going to house the athletes?
For the 2028 Alberta Summer
Have you got confirmation on that?
Yes.
I heard differently. That schools are not, they have moved away from, Tony?
Through the chair, the challenge with the schools is for the winter games where they do not want to be displaced from the classrooms during those days during the school year. During the summer break, it's a different situation, and they are on board with that.
So the other games, when the kids were on reading week or whatever, the school boards did not agree to it, and the kids were housed out at camp. And I was told that the school board's positions are much the same now. There's liability, there's security, they don't like the risk, that it's a move that is taking place across the province. It's more of a sweeping move by school boards across the province. So do we have that in writing, that the schools will support this?
Yeah.
And house our kids, or is it going to be exactly what Councillor Weigel said, when everyone's down the road and nobody's supporting restaurants and businesses?
It's as Tony says, they're not, it's harder in winter, especially to line up the teachers' convention week. Our teachers' convention week falls differently across the province. So, yeah.
Right, that's not my question though.
Supported in the winter.
Our kids were on break last time we hosted those games, and the schools wouldn't take them. Do we have confirmation from the schools that they're going to house these kids? Because that's a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm 99.9%.
We're relatively sure. The writer of the bid is not with us this evening, but we are certain that they're on board.
I'll get it.
So our school boards are different than the movement of the
Councilor
province?
Vardy's on that committee, actually.
Pardon me?
Councilor Vardy's on that committee.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman.
She was on the bid committee.
I was on the bid committee, so for us to put any location to house students, we would have to receive a letter of support from that school board saying that we are allowed to have the kids there prior to being in the bid committee.
Yeah.
So if it's, or prior to having the bid. So if it's in the bid and it's saying that we're going to use that, then we have an agreement from whomever we identified that we're able to use it. We also spoke with a couple non-for-profits, and we're trying to organize, asking them to move some of their events to the week of July 20th and 23rd to host, I think it was Food Festival or something, during the same time as here. So that there's more for the community to do and to get them more in the downtowns and get them in other restaurants. So there was collaboration with the local nonprofits and businesses.
Yeah.
during the bid process.
Yeah, I'm not questioning any of that. I'm questioning the school part. And they also just had an election too. So this doesn't mean whoever, like, that's why I'm asking. They have new school boards too.
So from the bid package, I'll just read it. It says partnerships with each school board ensure local school classrooms will be utilized for athlete accommodation. There will be ample space to accommodate all athletes and coaches. So they do have that partnership already in place.
That's in the bid.
Yes.
But it's that the partnership is in place. So they
You have a signed letter. That's what I'm
Yes.
asking. You got a signed letter from the school board?
Yes.
Okay, who signed it?
Well, we don't have the letter, but it's indicated that
okay.
it's there.
Okay, I struggle to accept that because I've heard otherwise from.
Thanks, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Cardinal?
Thanks, Mayor. Participation-wise, do we have a kind of a number on local 55 plus that are going to be doing the thing?
Through the chair, I don't have any direct information about local athletes in any of the games. What I do have is that there is about between 1,000 and 1,200 participants for the 55 plus games that are expected, and between 2,000 and 2,100 participants for the 2028 summer games. There are more youth than there are seniors.
So the numbers are from outside community members coming to the community, so no numbers on our own locals?
Through the chair, we don't have that data right now, no.
Oh, okay.
Through the chair to Councillor Cardinal, our locals would need to compete and win for our zone in order to compete in these. So it's hard to know how many will actually make the games, the provincial games.
I know. I'm just curious because if there's not many locals, I'm just saying. Like, all right, thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Cardinal. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you, ladies. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Allen?
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the bid submitted for the 2028 Alberta Summer Games remain in place, and that the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo do not seek the opportunity to host the 2028 Alberta Winter Games and the 2030 Alberta Summer Games.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Thank you, Councilor Wagner, for the second. Council, any comments, questions, or debate points? Councilor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'm not supporting this. We've sat here and talked about and sat through budget. Our staff don't have capacity. They're struggling. We're struggling to get projects done. We have a new CAO. It's time to support our team. Let them catch up. Let them breathe. Director White came and went through project after project after project with us, and they can't breathe. And I realize this was last council bringing this forward, but as Councillor Scott said, it's the citizens that elected us. We paid hundreds and hundreds of thousands for a sport master plan that talks about this is the best strategy, this is the way forward. And we have a 2027 games and we're going to ignore it and have a 2028 games. We can take this money and support single sport, get the organizations to, like the single sport organizations to work and use that energy and the supports of those nonprofits, and take some of it, because Leanna Wielden would kill me if I didn't mention it, but bring something artsy to town as well. Like, we can do something, bring the interplay back, do something. We have sport, and we need to support our staff. We need to support our CAO. We've heard over and over through budget, everybody has capacity issues, and we need to listen, and we need to make a decision and support our team so they can catch up and breathe, including our CAO. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councillor Boussier, Lance?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess through the chair to our CEO, what's our policy regarding, this was new to me, that last games or certain games we paid staff to volunteer, I guess. So what's our policy? Can you confirm that there will be no overtime or no staffing requirements required for this games outside of normal working hours, or who we assign to these games?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, I can't commit to that. I don't have the policy in front of me currently. I'm not sure if Chief of Staff Harrison would have the policy in front of him or not, but I can confirm that there was paid staff, yes, for the last games, correct? I can't confirm that going forward that wouldn't be a need of the games or a requirement.
Okay. Yeah, I can't, just based on what Councillor Luana said, it's hard to support this, especially after listening to Stu in the Sapri Creek Community Hall, waiting another 4 or 5 years. I just think if push comes to shove and we've got to allocate a bunch of staff to run these games, then we're going to lose out on other things like flood mitigation, community halls and Sapri and so on and so on. So for me, it's unfortunately, I think I voted to support the last bid, but certainly there was a number of things that came forward at budget deliberations this year that certainly weren't there last year. So yeah, I won't be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Worship, through the chair. I'm going to comment to it because I am absolutely going to support this. I think we've heard from Tony already. I think you have a very willing department. I think I don't think that we're in the same situation with the staffing in community services that we would be with other departments. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CAO, but I believe we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 employees in the municipality. Many of them are engaged in different activities, whether it's in public works and parks and community services, legal. We have, I would suggest that we have a lot of staff, and we also have a lot of community volunteers that would get engaged. We've already committed over $4 million for facility upgrades for the 2017 games. I think it's an opportunity for us to continue to use those facilities and to showcase them as part of what the community is. It was similar to what CAO Boudelier had indicated. It's a great opportunity to showcase this community, and I'm 100% behind it. I also agree that we can't keep going back-to-back games, and the opportunity that was given to us to bid on the winter and then summer games for 28 and 30. Great, thank you for the opportunity, but let's not bite off more than we can chew. I think that these are two different games for 2027 and 2028, and I think the community would 100% get behind us in supporting these games, get out and help. So, yeah, you have my full support on this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll also be supporting this motion. The comments that we're hearing from economic development is that we have world-class facilities that need to be utilized. When we talk about expanding our economic footprint, this is one of the ways to do it. However, if we're hearing from staff that there's capacity issues, it can't be both. We can't be leading in sport recreation, but then not having the capacity to do that. So if we are going to lead with that, and that's how we want to perceive and market ourselves, and we need to make sure that we do have that capacity moving forward. But I will be in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, I just want to say there's been a lot of great points made on all sides tonight, and I'm grateful to hear such vigorous debate. One of the reasons I think we should consider supporting this motion is this is a region that needs to create ambassadors, and the more people we bring in that go out externally and report what they've seen here, we're not a community that simply had a fire or a flood or has the oil sands. We do a lot more here. And the people that leave here, they might come back, whether it's to school or to work. And the way we start that is by people just visiting the region. So I would encourage us to support these kind of events to create those ambassadors. So I'll vote yes, and I would encourage others.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just to clarify from Mike, Councillor Allen, I mean, Tony was pretty clear. It's coming at a cost to something in their department, putting the energy into it. That said, I would be more comfortable with an addendum amendment to this, that it's supported as long as the school boards, the kids are going to be housed in town, because it changes the entire economic impact when those kids are out in camps. So that's the only way I would support this. Is it who's it? Well, it's Mike's, right? Yes, too. It's Mike's. It's Mike's.
And then just adding a little additional information with regards to Councillor Boussier's question. There was no policy. There were guidelines and parameters set for employee participation, and was up to 8 hours in blocks of 4. Regular time, supervisor permission had to be granted in order to participate. So hope that answers your question.
Councillor Wana, can you repeat that? Because I'll need the Councillor Allen to move that and Councillor Weigel
He has to agree to it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to, that based on
the kids being housed in town.
Based on
in our schools or in town, so that our local businesses are supported.
Housed in the urban area?
Yes. Well, schools.
Okay, what?
What's he doing?
In the urban area?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just like doing this.
As on porn.
Are you good with that, Councillor Allen?
Yeah, I believe I heard Councillor Vardy indicate that as the bids committee that they already had written confirmation, and I'm comfortable with that, so I can accept this as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and Councillor Weigel, still good for a second? Yes. Perfect. Anything else, Councillor Boussier?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Happy to leave the amendment on the floor. Just a clarification, within the bid process, it is in the, not Janelle, sorry, Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have to be held within, I think it's like 15 kilometers of their sport. So even if we wanted to host them outside of the region, we couldn't. And I can't remember the right verbiage, but happy to keep it on the floor, but just so you know, it's already within that bid package. For Arctic Winter Games? And somewhere else. Okay. Yeah. I'll leave it. I just want to let you know that it's covered.
You good? I don't know. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Luana for just reinstating the business impact. I will be supporting this. I've said this kind of before, but I do want to say it out loud. And Mr. Mayor, you said to it that we have a CAO that is, this is part of his actually expertise that we brought in. And one of the reasons that we hired him is that he's good at seeing big picture economic driving and as well as sport functionality and big sporting events. And so my trust, honestly, is a lot to do with the new CAO and the way that he's going to be running the team to be able to do that. And so my confidence lies there, and that's why I'll be supporting.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. And I'll be supporting this as well. And not only we have people coming from out of town, but what we've experienced the last few years, like this year included the Winter Games, we have a lot of kids from in this community that make these teams that travel out of town. This is a chance for them to compete and compete at home in front of their friends and family. So that's another big part. It's not just about bringing people in the community, it's about supporting the people that are in the community. So if there's nothing else, I'll call for a vote. And that's carried with 10 in favor. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies. Next, we have the report of the 2026 Capital Budget Council Amendment. I'd like to invite Corporate Services and Project Delivery and Facility Services to introduce a report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and here with me this evening is Elliot White and Mason Ross from Project Management and Facility Services. Administration has identified one capital project for capital budget amendment consideration. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget subject to the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160. The amendment will result in a net increase of $2 million to the 2026 capital budget and future plan as outlined in the budget net impact summary. The request is to add $2 million to the Wood Buffalo Lift Station replacement design and construction project. The current approved budget is insufficient to cover the total anticipated project costs, and therefore the construction phase cannot be awarded without additional funding. Director Wright will now provide some additional information.
To the presentation, we've had a storied history with this project, and we've actually talked about this at budget. And this is the lift station located in the Wood Buffalo neighborhood. So this particular project has two items that we need to address. One is an oversight, and one is how we cost estimate. So we've done a presentation in the past talking about the classes of cost estimation. We presented to the team, Mayor and Council, approximately 4 months ago, and we had a Class B estimate in hand for this project. We asked for the budget for that amount. So when we enter into a tender process, the tender results is what we consider a Class A. So we now have a more accurate picture of what this project will look like. So when we finished the tender results, we were looking at about a 6.3% overage on our budget associated with that tender. In reviewing our files, what we also found was that when we presented to council previously, we inadvertently did not include the costs associated with hiring the consultant. So the consultant would have done the preliminary pre-design, they would have done the detailed design and the construction administration services. So when we went to council for the budget, it only included the construction, it didn't include the engineering services. So combined, collectively, we're looking for a $2 million increase associated with this project to deliver on replacing the lift station. That is the end of the presentation. I welcome all questions and concerns.
I'm going to ask you right away before somebody does. How does, now I understand what happened, but how does that happen? That we miss a line item like that?
The missing of the engineering services, it's a straight up mistake. Things happen during budget preparations that we don't want to see again. But we didn't miss a $2 million line item, but we missed a large chunk, and we wanted to identify it now so that we can we can address it now.
Perfect. Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah.
Councillor Boussier, Luana?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Can you tell me what's been done on this project to date?
Absolutely. So, without getting into too many of the details, we identified that the lift station in Wood Buffalo neighborhood needed to be replaced. We hired a consultant to do the preliminary and detailed design. So they worked with the delivery department, worked with environmental services to carry through the delivery of the preliminary design, detailed design. From there, we have utilized our procurement team, procured it through the market. We received our bids as recent as a week or two ago, and now we're here to request the additional funds so we can award.
So the extra 2 million is for the design, you said?
No, a portion of the 2 million is for the missing portion of the budget that we inadvertently missed. There is another portion of the 2 million that that relates to the accuracy of our cost estimate from the onset. So when we do look at construction, I have it written down here, on a Class B, which we were at prior to the tender, it's a plus 15 minus 10%.
Right.
Yeah.
So this was approved in 2022.
Correct.
Is this normal? Like, I know we're beating a dead horse here tonight, but I'm really trying to wrap my head around. Like, it was the original budget was 4.85, and I get the class estimate, but I don't think there's a class estimate that triples, right? Or is there? I didn't see that on the sheet.
There's no class estimate associated with tripling.
Okay.
We've had conversations, frankly, with this council on that, and I don't know if that was an accurate estimate when it was put together originally.
At the dartboard.
Yeah, it was probably missed the dartboard, but yeah.
But is it like we're 4 years and so it's designed, and are we ready to put a shovel in the ground?
Correct.
And
so I'll speak to the timelines because it sounds like that's the theme of my conversation today. So, is this the best we can do? No, it's not. We took this project and we looked at the fact that we're putting it in an established neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's not out in a green field or just ripping down some trees and putting a lift station in. And so we also we ended up deferring it for a year. And so a typical project on a 5 years is reasonable. So we're not that far off, but we did defer it a little bit because we wanted to make sure our priorities were aligned.
Okay, so that deferral matter makes a difference. Okay, thanks, Elliot.
No problem.
Director White, I just have a quick question. We've done a number of lift stations in the region, correct? Mm-hmm. So we would have a base estimate on a pricing model for a lift station. Is this like to the higher end because of aesthetics in the neighborhood, hence a little more cost, or would we be able to say same and similar in costs?
It's the question that we've been talking internally within the PMO. I mean, he's got all the data, but effectively a lot of lift stations tend to be in sort of out of the way locations typically. This particular lift station, for those of you that don't know where it's located, it's literally right beside a house. And it's literally in a park next to a trail. So there's a lot of things to consider with aesthetics. We also have to consider that when that neighborhood was built, there was standards of the day that the residents have put into the home, and we felt that this particular project should sort of align with the neighborhood aesthetics for sure.
But we're not building a Cadillac; we're building a Chevy truck, for all intents and purposes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, CEO. Thanks, Elliot. Councillor Boussier. Lance?
Yes. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Elliot. Just piggybacking off Luana's, can you tell me a story? Like, what did we know in 2022 before we started this? We knew the neighborhood. We knew about the standards in the neighborhood, so that wouldn't be an obstacle. Like, so what did we do in 2022 with this project? What did we do in 2023 as an organization? What did we do in 2024, 2025? Like,
I appreciate the question, and through the chair to the question. So the difficult part of telling this story, it requires multiple storytellers. And unfortunately, there's only two here. And so Mason and I can only can speak to a few years when the PMO was created. So I can't speak to why we started with a $4.85 million budget. When we look at our other projects or other lift stations, probably not aligned. Well, definitely not aligned. We also, frankly, we don't do a very good job of increasing our budgets on a regular basis as we go through the design process. We say we target a $10 million build, but we know it's a 5-year project. We should be increasing it every year by the 2% or 1.5% for inflation. So there's a lot of lessons learned associated with budgeting. I think we're doing a lot better job than we have been, but I can't necessarily personally or professionally speak to how we came from 2022 at a $5 million project to what it is today.
so in let's say this project went really, really smooth. 2022, you come forward, you ask, what happens in 23? Do we get the procurement? Do we get the design done? Like, in a real good scenario, what would happen in 2023? Where would we be?
We would still be in design.
Okay. Yeah. And then 2024, would it get to procurement?
We'd probably be nearing the end of the design and into procurement if that's what we chose to put our energy into. Yep.
So it takes 2 years for design?
Oh, easy. Yep.
Okay. And then 2025?
So we skipped a year, right?
Yeah.
We pushed everything off. And so we didn't put all of our energy onto this project because we knew through the asset evaluation of the asset that it wasn't a rush. It wasn't something we needed to necessarily replace right away. So as I mentioned previously in the other presentation, spending 3 years on a design is not unusual. Spending 3 years on construction is not unusual. What is also common is, particularly with lift stations, and also associated with a lot of the work that happens in the plants, just for everyone's awareness, they're very difficult to cost estimate, like to predict the costs. There's very few contractors out there that do this line of work. Our in-house resources don't have the ability to do cost estimates they call them process work. So we have expertise in buildings such as our community halls. We have expertise in civil works, like our linear stuff, like water and roads. But when it comes to process and lift stations, it's very difficult to estimate. I don't think that answers your question, but I wanted to add further commentary to this conversation.
I guess I'm just curious, like, we have a trough in Fort McMurray called emerging issues, and that's where we go all the time. What does a community do that doesn't have the money? When admin brings a project, so basically you're telling this project doesn't go forward unless we approve the ask tonight. What if we didn't have the money? What do we do?
That ironically, Mason will attest to this. We had this conversation today because it's an interesting debate conversation when you are working for a municipality with funds, with available funds. There are options. We're asking for the $2 million. The other options are we go back to the consultant and we say, okay, council didn't like what we have presented. He mentioned a Chevy truck, I think. Maybe we ask for the Chevy S10 or, perhaps the Datsun, I'm not sure. But we can do that exercise. We can do a value engineering exercise and look at those things. There's also the possibility of working with a vendor to say, okay, what kind of cost savings could you find us? But that involves an interesting contractual relationship with the contractor, because then they end up benefiting a little bit from those savings. But there are other options.
So,
But,
sorry, go ahead.
no,
Finish,
that's kind of where I wanted to finish at.
So, and I know I probably burn out the use of the trough, but why don't we try those before coming back to the trough? Like, there's going to come a day where that trough is much smaller.
Yep.
You might not be here. I probably will be. Some of us will be. So why don't we exhaust those other avenues before we come back and ask, like, why don't we try the S10 or the Pinto instead of the Chevy or the Caddy? And like, I'm curious why we don't. Like, or maybe we do, and this is one we're not going to for some reason.
I understand through the chair, I understand your sentiment. There are multiple things, and I can kind of, and I'm kind of dwelling on this a little bit because this is a conversation around projects in general. Like, let's not focus on the lift station. We were talking about community hall, so let's talk about that. So we have a design for a community hall, and we say, well, that's too much money. Let's cut it back. Sure. But now we have to pay a consultant additional money to go redesign something. So is there value in spending an extra $500,000 to a consultant to come in and redo a design? Are you better off dealing the card that you have in front of you? Then you look at your schedule and you say, well, we can get this lift station started tomorrow, rather than come back a year later and say, well, we're going to reduce it by $500,000 or $1 million or whatever the exercise results in. We live in a very volatile time. I won't get into those details, but tariffs and all those things, we don't know what tomorrow is going to look like in that sense. So we as administration are putting forward an option for council to consider. We're recommending it. And we also have to consider that this is a mistake on top of a request for additional funding because we were off by 6%. So that's the unfortunate part of this conversation, particularly on an evening like tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Does council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Go ahead, Mason.
If I could just add a clarifying point. So where our procurement has now closed and now we're in the processes to move forward with an award to a contractor, we don't have a schedule defined from them. What we have before us is a completion date. So shovel in the ground in theory this year, but until we award, their schedule will dictate, right? So just for everyone around the horseshoes awareness that if we don't see construction, it's not because we just don't have that information with us today. They've agreed that they will meet the performance timelines before them for completion, which I believe is summer 2028 for this aspect. So,
thanks, Mason. Councilor Weigel.
Thank you, Mayor. Mason, to that conversation, is there contingency built into this? Like, what are the chances of a change order coming in on top of this? If we don't have a construction date for this year and we go to next year, now we're talking about inflation again and everything like that. Like, is there contingency built into this?
Yeah, through the chair to that question, it's a great one because again, it's not just this project. So it's on the contractor. So the contractor, we have a contract that says you get it done by 2028
for this price. For
this price, right?
But what if he comes back with a change order going inflation over 3 years? We say no.
Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to. But you were leading down a path. There is a possibility that there is a change order. Like, we open up the ground and we find a rock. Yeah. We've had that conversation before as well.
Yeah.
So we do have minor contingencies in the project. We don't try to inflate them because we want to make sure that our numbers are tight.
All right.
The other thing that I just want to make a mention, since we're having a conversation tonight, is we don't want to get into a situation where these conversations are uncomfortable. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I mean by that is that if they start becoming really uncomfortable all the time, then what happens is psychologically people will start inflating their numbers.
Right.
And all of a sudden, we don't have to go back to council because I threw that extra $1 million in there. So I just wanted to pass that by you. That's why I'm here in front of you as comfortable as I can be. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to, I do actually really, 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 really appreciate that conversation. I feel in the last little while we've been getting to the crux and a lot of open, honest conversations to help us make actual real decisions. And so I do appreciate that you bring that up, and I hope that continues. I think that we're going to go through a period of uncomfortableness as we all continue to feel each other out, maybe for lack of better wording.
Sure.
But I think that this is what needs to happen. We need to get comfortable with being uncomfortable with this, and then realizing that we're going to make mistakes, which I appreciate you owning that, and then just trying to make a path forward and where we can just ask honest questions and make decisions. But I do appreciate the honest approach and coming forward. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Thanks, Elliot. Can I have someone make a motion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move that the 2026 Capital Budget Council Amendment, as summarized on Attachment 1, the 2026 Capital Budget Council Amendment Net Impact Summary dated April 14th, 2026, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thanks to Councillor Weigel for the second. Council, have any debate, discussion, or question? Not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. I think you guys are still sitting there. Corporate Services and Project Delivery. Go ahead when you're ready.
We tried to encourage him to stay, but. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Elliot White, Director of the Project Management Facility Services Department. On a quarterly basis, administration prepares a capital status report that provides an overview of progress on major infrastructure and capital projects. This report summarizes the status of all capital projects, including 2025 and prior year budget details as of December 31st, 2025. This report does not represent changes made during the 2026 budget deliberations. This is a collaborative exercise involving multiple departments. Administration is recommending that the 2025 Q4 Capital Project Status Report, as summarized on Attachment 1, be accepted as information. This concludes our presentation. My colleagues and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Councillor Van de Castian.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a question here. So this is the 2025 Q4. We made some changes to it. I believe we defunded and nuked a couple projects out of there. Is there a timeline then we're going to have a Q1 26 update? Because, I appreciate the information, but it does feel dated. Well, it is dated.
Dated, yes. Through the chair to Councillor Van de Castian, I'm not sure when we're actually going to have the next one done. It's an extremely manual process. We're looking at opportunities for automation of the process. And there has been a lot of heavy lifting, and with year end and closing out of books and whatnot, it takes a great deal of time.
Could I add to that?
Yeah.
Or maybe I just want, through the chair, to that question you had. We work together on this as departments. Numbers are very difficult to achieve, like she mentioned. You have to wait for numbers to come in, invoices to come in, and all those types of things. I guess I have a question, if that's allowed. Is the numbers important, or is it the update that's important, or is it both? Let's pick on you for a second.
To me, the update. We've already But when I look at this, I say we've already picked the numbers, unless you're coming back like you just did before to ask for more money. But
Right.
it's more along the schedule, where we're at, where we're going.
Okay.
As to this, I mean, I believe we've seen this exact set of data before when we've done a presentation upstairs.
We've done this before.
Yeah, and we've removed, I noticed, like, there was the egress road, which we defunded, turfed that during budget, so, sorry, the echo's getting me here.
That's fair.
This data, I'm not trying to pick on you, because I kind of thumped on you tonight.
Tonight's tonight, I guess.
This particular set of data in this presentation, to me, I hate to say it, feels useless at this point, because it's dated, we've changed it, this is not relevant to end of Q1.
Okay.
Personally, I know this isn't a question, now we're almost debating with you, but personally, I would have rather seen a Q2 update for the first 6 months of the year of relevant data that we haven't changed, or that would incorporate the change that we just made by increasing the budget to the lift station. That would have been beneficial to me. This is information I've already seen.
Okay.
But
I'll take that back. I'll take it offline and bring it back.
I'm sure there's rationale, and I get a lot of work goes into this, and I get there's manual stuff, and there's a lot of moving parts, but this just feels like an item we chucked on the agenda for funsies.
Thanks for your feedback.
But thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Van de Castian. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Elliot. Elliot, can you just provide some rationale or explanation why nothing was done in the arts incubator building in Q4? I think it was September they came or the presentation, and just why it kind of sat idle for.
Through the chair, what page are you on?
100 of 190 of 205. Third page, I guess. Third page in mine, but
okay, I see it there. So, this was the word work. Is we got to be careful, and maybe I wasn't careful enough. We did work in the background internally to get the package ready, and it goes back to the similar conversations we had with the Twin Arena and Sapri Creek. We did work on the background, getting it ready for tendering. We're now in the process of getting it tendered. So there was no physical work in the field. So, and there wouldn't be a lot of spend on this project because the architect that we're working with spent most of their time working in December, January, February, March till today. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah. The other question is the Greg Wire skate park.
Yep.
It says it's going to be done in Q2, I think. Where did I write it down here? Q2.
Yep.
It said the mitigation plan is developed.
Correct.
I guess there's probably some things you can't expand on, but it's taken care of and we're going forward with now?
That's correct. So the contractor, as soon as Mr. Snow goes away, we'll be back in with the contractor doing the concrete and then placing the skating features on the concrete itself. So.
Okay, I think those were the two questions. Yep, I think that's it. Thanks,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Council, have any other questions for administration? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you help me read where the Sapper Creek culverts and ditches, and I do want to start off by whatever team put out the survey for the water and responded immediately. What an absolutely incredible job. It is one of the best responses I've seen in 5 years, that an engagement happened and it was responded to absolutely within 48 hours. I was blown away, had a tag at my door when I walked home Wednesday night. So thank you.
Well,
that's not part of this, but thank you to the team and CEO and just the
everybody.
team.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Back to my original learning. Sapper Creek culverts, ditches, drainage, improvement, design and construction. $2.8 million budgeted. Actuals to date is 136. Commitments to date is 2.7. What is that commitment? Have we committed to We've committed to like a bid. We've committed to a design. We've committed, like, what's the commitment?
Yeah, the commitment there is an accounting mechanism that's done within our software program.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we've attached that funding to a particular contract because we haven't bid any work yet associated with that. So our our project manager would have assigned whatever that number is, $2.7 million within our what's called our SAP program. And it doesn't mean it's spent or it's committed to a contractor.
Sure. So what's it committed to?
This is possibly where others may be able to answer, but it's sort of a virtual commitment within the financial world. At least in my head, it's virtual. But we have to commit it. Excuse me. We have to commit it through a series of signatures up to the CAO.
Sure.
And then once that happens, then we can then go out and tender or whatever we need to do with that funding.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, and the public's understanding. So as I read this, I'm like, the budget is the commitment. We've committed this much money to it. Mm-hmm. And so when I see a commitment line, I'm like, okay, now we've taken this money and we know what we're doing with $2.7 million. Yeah. Is how I read this.
That's right.
And I don't know what we're doing with $2.7 million. So I guess...
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, what ends up happening from the magic wand of accounting, in order for us to go to market with an RFP or a tender, we have to reserve the funds up front. So whoever the sponsor and delivery department are, they would tell us, we have this project. We believe, based on our estimating, it's going to cost $3 million. We might have a $4 million budget, but they have to do what's referred to as a P-requisition. Sure. So that P-rec goes into the system, and it goes through a series of approval processes. And once that P-rec makes its way to supply chain, they know that the funds have been secured in order for them to proceed. So they cannot go to market without the validation that we have reserved those funds, which then through the SAP and reporting process becomes that commitment. So we've committed to move forward. We don't necessarily have an actual signed contract yet, but it's a control mechanism to make sure that nobody proceeds to go to market without ensuring the funds are there and reserved.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. That makes a little bit more sense to somebody not in accounting. But to me, so then if somebody says, hey, we've got this plan, we need $2.7 million. Okay, we're going to pull the funding because it could be in capital reserves. It could be in lots of different places where it is. So to me, then what you said is that we have a $2.7 million plan and we've pulled the funds and are ready to go with it. What's the plan?
So great question to the chair. So we had a plan. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the bit of the history here so everyone can hear and possibly the people online. So originally we were planning to walk into Sapri Creek and effectively, and this is maybe my opinion, is basically rip up a bunch of trees and cut a bunch of ditches.
Right.
I was uncomfortable with that. And I spoke to, someone that worked with us that lived in that community, and not to say that you as a resident of Sapper Creek appreciate trees more than anybody else, but considering what you guys went through 10 years ago, trees are very important.
Yeah.
And so we wanted to look for a different way. So we are now in that process, and kind of repeating ourselves here. We're kind of re-engaging with the community to kind of refocus our approach and look at it on a micro scale and say, okay, what is this one individual experiencing? Mm-hmm. How can we solve that one issue?
Yeah.
Rather than just walk out there and spend $2.8 million cutting down a bunch of trees, cutting ditches, and cross our fingers. Yeah. So that's the pivot. And that's why we went back to that re-engagement of saying, hey, we want to hear from you because that we want to get this right.
Yeah. And again, I appreciate the honest conversation. To me, that's the conversation I want to have. It's like, hey, we had a plan. It doesn't make any sense. We've got water spouting out of 17 different spots. We don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. Our plan obviously isn't going to work. And we've realized how scarce trees are out in there, and we're pivoting. And so that, to me, that's the conversation. I don't know where that would land or where that would land up, but that's exactly what I want to hear is we had a plan. It's not what we wanted. We're pivoting. That's why we're not moving, but we see money committed and going. So thank you. I do appreciate that conversation.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair to Elliot, or maybe Lori. Elliot, you mentioned designs can take forever. How long's the average time by the time it gets to our procurement to the job is awarded?
So would that be for design or would that be
No,
for?
okay, the design is, you said could take a year or longer,
But the procurement for the engineer or the procurement for the construction?
both, everything.
So for my, when we look at cost estimation, you do the same thing with schedules. There's Class Ds and there's Class As, so how accurate your schedules are. So off the cuff, I use 6 months. Right off, no matter if you're doing engineering or whether you're doing construction. So what that 6 months entails, and we'll take the lift station for example, because it's a fairly, I wouldn't say it's straightforward, but it's a pretty standard tendering process. So we would get that package, we'd get it ready, and then we would pass it over to SCM. SCM prepares that package for the market, goes to market. Then it would stay with the market for something like that, 6-8 weeks, something. Then we get the tender results. SCM does a big validation to make sure that all of the the slate, sorry, all the check marks or check boxes are checked, and then from there, assuming we have the budget available, then we go through the approvals for a contract. The contract itself requires a little bit of fandangling, where you have to get different people to sign off on it. So that entire process, if I was to plan out a project, I would use 6 months. Now, some projects like a playground, for example, a lot tighter. Some other projects are a little bit longer.
So is there opportunities in the organization to expedite?
So there is absolutely opportunities to expedite. We have to be very careful. Okay. So we have to follow trade agreements. Okay. So if we don't, that's another option, but we open ourselves up for potential litigation. With the CAO bylaw that was passed in the summertime of last year, we now have to come to council to request any sort of violation of any trade agreements. So if we stick to the trade agreements, we can fast track procurements, but then the question becomes, what are we not doing? So if we push everything out of the way and say we're gonna build a community hall in Lac La Biche, everything else doesn't matter. Sure, we'll get it on the market real fast, but it's trying to figure out what our priorities are. There are ways to use buying groups associated with. It's a long, complicated process. I'm not here to explain it. Yeah, in full, but there are ways that we can use effectively standing offer agreements with vendors to fast track some of those things. When we deal with major projects, me personally, I'm a little hesitant to use those on a regular basis. Those one-off projects where you need to get something done, something safety related, sure, we'll look at using something like that, but we'd like to see a fair market process when it comes to hiring a design consultant to do a lift station or have a contractor build a building.
Okay, and Mayor, I know I'm going.
And I just want to also allow the CFO to speak because she also is involved in the process.
Through the chair to the question, I do want to emphasize that with an SOA, a standing offer, we can only use that if the terms in which the agreement was entered into align with the services that we need. But what we do have is buying groups that are government approved, such as Canoe Procurement, and then there's a new one that we've just entered into an agreement with. It's across Canada. They've already gone through and done a rigorous procurement process, and this will shorten these timelines significantly. So we're doing our very best to do that. And to Elliot's comments, it can take around 4 months in order to get something out to market. It really depends on the complexity. And then when it does come back in, for example, with the banking contract, we spent months going back and forth between the two legal departments because we didn't have a standard contract. So we had to basically have agreement back and forth on every single detail of that agreement. So it just all depends on how complex it is. But we absolutely have to follow the trade agreements within certain dollar values.
Okay, thank you, Lori. And I know I'm getting out of the swim lane, Mayor, but if you allow me just one last question. Okay. So with regarding to timing, like given our short season for construction, does that play a factor? Like, I mean, I'll just use and maybe it's not a great example, but the lawn maintenance contract. Like we knew the contract was expiring October of the year, but yet of whatever year, let's say 2024, it was expiring. Like we knew that in 2023, we knew it in whatever. But we didn't get the RFP or we didn't award it till May of the following year. And I'm thinking, well, timing says that their contract's up at the end of October. We need a new vendor for 2025. Why not put the RFP out earlier? And you don't need to answer tonight, but it's just the timing of like our winter season starts and can't dig in the ground, it's frozen. So does that play a factor on the way the organization times their RFPs and everything else?
I think I'm comfortable saying this, and I hope Andrew is too. I think this organization is stretched pretty thin, and what happens is we move from one. And no disrespect to what happened 10 years ago, we move from one fire to another fire. So we go from clearing streets with snow to clearing catch basins to turning around and filling potholes. And at the same time, the people that are doing that are supposed to sit down and write a scope of work for lawn maintenance. And so we just had a conversation about what happens when we're stretched thin, and we almost had a conversation about not going after a summer games event. It's a conversation that I'm glad that we have Andrew here to have a conversation holistically with SLT and this organization about what our resources are, what we're capable of, and if we are not able to get that out in time, it's I believe, and this is my belief from sitting here watching the organization for a long time, is that we're stretched and we spend a lot of time working. So I'm trying to be honest with you. And
no, and I appreciate
it's
that.
Completely honest. And I worked in operations, and the people that are supervisors, they working at pushing their staff and getting their staff out in the field, but at the same time they have to go and, like I said, write contracts and write all these things for procurement, and it's tough.
Yeah, and I appreciate your honesty, Elliot,
Okay.
and I'll just end it with this. I mean, that's why I voted against it. You just sat here and told us we're stretched, and now we're going to play the games or bid for the games, and we're successful. Where are we getting staff to do it? You just told us we're stretched.
But I'm only speaking from what I
But we heard
what
it
I
from
know.
every department in budget deliberations. We heard it from every department. And the one department didn't get any was the one that's going to be responsible for the games. So
And the one that you're talking to.
Anyway.
Yeah.
No problem. Don't see any other questions. Can someone make the motion? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that the 2025 Q4 Capital Project Status Report, as summarized in Attachment 1, be accepted as information.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Thank you, Councillor Wago for the second. Does Council have any other debate, discussion, or comments? Or questions? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. You logged out. So Councillor Bussier in favor? Thank you. Just going to run out. And that's carried unanimously. And that is it for tonight. So everyone have a great evening. Marcy Cho, Kinwest Compton. There's not much evening left, so have a good night.